goes to Roberts, who was looking to take the bat out of the way, and it took the outer portion of the bat, thick outer half of the bat, and went towards gully where it was fielded. That ball of the end of the fourth over. At the end of 4 overs, it's 15 with a loss, with Tannis Francis on 9 and Hosea Roberts on 3. Today, Antigua, they called correctly, the Antiguans. They won the toss and opted to bat first. The Antigua winning the toss and deciding to bat first, deciding to make use of a good Warner Park batting track. Warner Park, traditionally known as batting friendly pitch, batting friendly strip, batsmen's paradise over the years. Plenty of runs have been scored. Wide delivery outside the line of leg stump and signaled wide by the umpire. It runs out towards third man. Another single to Francis. He's into double figures. He's on 10. And that one coming off the thick outer portion of the bat and running down towards third man between slip and gully for a single. Very good delivery there by Caden Francis, and delivery that touched down on about middle and off stump and moving slightly away outside the line of the off stump. And Roberts is pulling the bat inside the line and allowing it to go through to the wicket keeper. We are in over number 5, final delivery of the 5th over being bowled by Caden Francis. And it's there going to be a run out. There should have been a misfield at mid-on, and that allowed Roberts and Francis to get away. It was pushed to mid-on. The single could have been on had they went straight through for the single, but there was a little bit of hesitation in the middle by the two batsmen, and the pressure got to the fielder at mid-on, and he misfielded, and that enabled the two batsmen to complete the single comfortably in the end. At the end of the fifth over, it's 18 for no loss, 18 without loss. Antigua winning the toss and batting first here at Warner Park in Basseterre. It's the Leeward Islands under-19 tournament, under-19 men's tournament. At the under-19 level, once you are 19 and under, you qualify to participate in that tournament. So of course there can be players as young as 14, 15 on an under-19 team. I guess once you have the qualities or the abilities, you can be drafted in to the under-19 team. Of course, there are different levels: under 13, under 15, under 17, under 19. Then you graduate to the senior level from under 19. Or some countries may have another level, under 21, going in stages of 2 years, 13, 15, 17, 19, and 21. Jaheim Clark, he is in his third over, and the total is 18 with a loss. Antigua, Clark, 2 overs, no maiden, 7 runs, no wicket. Caden Francis, 3 overs, no maiden, 11 runs, no wicket. Clark in his third over, midway point, the halfway stage of his third over, 2.3 overs, no maiden, 7 runs, no wicket. And he's bowling with a slip, a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. There is short backward square to the right. Now he's going to the left of the umpire. So he is at forward square leg. Forward square. Quick delivery outside the line of the off stump, but no pressure on Roberts. Roberts is not forced to play, but he was almost lured into a false stroke following that delivery outside the line of the off stump, and could have easily gotten an edge, but fortunately for him, that delivery kept a bit low. It kept somewhat low. Another good delivery, a good teasing, tempting delivery outside the line of Roberts' off stump. He didn't have to play, but he seemed committed to follow that delivery. And it went through to the wicket keeper. That brings up the end of over number 6. At the end of it, Tanis Francis is on 10 with 1-4. From 13 balls, strike rate of 76.92. Robertson 4, 23 balls, and strike rate of 17.39. The Antiguans are scoring at exactly 3 runs per over. The last 5 overs produced 16 runs. And at 3 runs per over, their projected score at this stage is 150. You are viewing or listening to Leeward Islands Under-19 Men's Cricket Tournament here at Warner Park. Wherever you may be picking up the broadcast or viewing the action. We greet you with a very pleasant morning, a very blessed morning to you, a very blessed day, tomorrow being Good Friday. So we do hope that you all have a wonderful Good Friday tomorrow. And we have Easter coming up next Monday, Easter Monday. So we do hope that you will all have an enjoyable Easter season wherever you are. So the attack continues from the media center or northern end by Francis. That's Caden Francis. He's into his fourth over. He bowls a very sharp, rising delivery outside the line of the off stump. No pressure really on Tanez Francis, who allowed it through to the wicketkeeper. Francis not forced to play. Francis to Francis. So it's Caden Francis to Tanez Francis. And it's very interesting that we have so many persons, so many people from the various islands with the same last names, the same surnames all around the Caribbean. We have people carrying the same surnames throughout the Caribbean. The Grenadians, for instance, had a change from Mitchell to Mitchell, from one Mitchell to the next, Dr. Keith Mitchell to Deacon Mitchell. So names are always very interesting wherever you go throughout the Caribbean. Over number 7 comes to an end. At the end of the 7th over, Tanez Francis remains not out on 10. Hosea Roberts is on 4, and the Antiguans batting first at Warner Park, 18 without loss. The two Kittian bowlers, Caden Francis has bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 11 runs, no wicket. Jaheim Clark, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 7 runs, no wicket. The other game in the Leeward Islands under-19 tournament that's being played today is being played at the Connery Cricket Ground. It's very close to the R.L. Bradshaw International Airport, close to the airport roundabout. That's on the opposite side of the Stanford building, which is now used as the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Education. The two teams that lost yesterday are playing today, and the two teams that won yesterday are playing here at Warner Park. Another quick delivery by Jaheim Clark and taken behind by wicketkeeper Ivy Richards. Oh, Irette Richards. Clark again on a good line, and Roberts can do no more than defend out onto the offside. The Kittian wicketkeeper is Irie Richards. She is wearing the number 5. The Kittians clad with the predominantly green outfits. Again, Clark is outside the line of the off stump of Roberts. Roberts shoulders arms, he lifts the bat and allows it through to wicketkeeper Richards. Richards had a good knock yesterday for St. Kitts. Played out towards square leg. The batsmen were exploring the possibility of a single, but Francis was sent back by Roberts at the end of over number 8. At the end of 8 overs, the Kittitians have dried up the run somewhat because the Nevisians, the Antiguans, have not been scoring at any rapid rate as such. In the last 5 overs, only 5 runs. So they have been scoring at exactly 1 run per over in the last 5 overs. The run rate has dropped to 2.25. with a projected score of 113 at this point. If they continue to score at this current run rate of 2.25. Okay, then Francis continues the attack from the northern or media center end, and he's bowling to Tanez Francis. The Antiguans may not be too bothered or too worried with their pedestrian scoring rate, the very slow scoring rate. The right hand column looks very impressive in that they are yet to lose a wicket. The scoring rate may be slow, but they have all the wickets intact at this point. 18 for no loss in over number 9. Of course, it's a limited overs encounter, 50 overs per side, and they would want to score as rapidly as they possibly can. The Kittitians have been on target. They have been bowling a pretty good line. They have been attacking the stumps. There have been some wides, but nonetheless, for the most part, they have been on target. They have been bowling a pretty good line and length, both Francis and Clark. Francis from the media center or northern end, or the Len Harris Cricket Academy end, and Jaheim Clark working up some good pace from the Lozak Road or southern end. Here we see an aggressive stroke here by Francis, and that's going to run very close to the deep backward point boundary, and they pick up 2 runs. That takes the total on to 20. Francis probably saying to himself, that's Tanez Francis, that we have got to increase the scoring rate. We have got to up the scoring rate. And there we saw him going for that aggressive drive, that expansive drive. He didn't keep it down. He played it in the air, but it was safe well away from the ring of fielders on the offside. And Francis advanced by those 2 runs to 12, the total on to 20 for no loss in over number 9. We are in the 9th over, being bowled by Caden Francis. He goes in and bowls to his namesake in terms of last name, Tanez Francis, who looks a very good picture as he pushes it out onto the offside where it is fielded and there is no run. So that brings up the end of the 9th over. 9 overs completed, and the Antiguans, after winning the toss and deciding to bat first, 20 without loss. The scoring rate is not a healthy one. It is not a rapid scoring rate by any means, but nonetheless, they are yet to lose a wicket, and I'm pretty sure that the team management, the coach and manager, and the rest of the management team will be very pleased with the work of Francis and Robert so far. They have played nearly every ball on its merit. They have not been rash. They have not attempted to be overly aggressive, and they have kept their wickets intact. And that is what you want to do in opting to bat first. Winning the toss and batting first, you want to keep wickets in hand. So at the halfway stage or the latter stages of the innings, you can launch an all-out attack. The Kititians have made their first change, and that first change is from the southern or Lozak Road end, and the bowler who has come into the attack is a right-arm medium fast bowler, Lovange Stokes, and he is on target. He started with his first delivery a bit outside the line of the leg stump. The second delivery bang on target. Roberts could do no more than defend out onto the offside or back down the track. We see Roberts here looking for a big drive through the offside. He failed to make contact and taken behind by wicketkeeper Richards. A very bad delivery and put away by Roberts. Full toss. So that one may have or might have slipped from the hand of Stokes. He offered Roberts a big full toss outside the line of the off stump. Roberts didn't have to do too much, but just get enough bat onto it. He reached for it, got it full on the bat, and he beat backward point to his right. The fielder sweeping on the cover boundary ran away and we see this one running away again backward of point into the boundary for 4. So 2 good strokes, very good strokes by Roberts. First stroke had the sweeper running from the deep cover boundary, sweeping on the cover boundary to his left and attempting the save, but unable to do so. That one again outside the line of the off stump, and Roberts playing it away between gully and backward point into the boundary for 4. A loud appeal, a loud shout by Stokes, supported by his teammates. But in the opinion of umpire Tuckett, it would have been missing the stumps. The appeal was negated, appeal turned down. So with those 2 fours, Roberts has caught up with Francis. They are both on 12. Roberts on 12 of 25 balls. Roberts on 12 of 35 deliveries. And the total has advanced by 8 runs from the 9th over to 28 without loss. So we are now seeing a signal coming for the end of the power play. 10 overs completed, and there's a change in bowling from the northern or media center end, and the bowler who is coming into the attack would be Elijah Lewis. And Lewis starts with a wide, very wide outside the line of the off stump, and signaled wide by the female umpire. So we are seeing a female umpire in this game. We are going to get her name for you as the day progresses. Very nice looking stroke played by Tanez, standing tall, standing straight and opening the face of the bat, it's steering it between backward point and gully down towards wide third man moving to his right off the boundary to field, and 2 good looking runs to Tanez Francis, which takes him on to 14, and the total 31. This one is high in the air and he is easily caught. So a wicket for St. Kitts, the first wicket for St. Kitts. Tanez Francis, after playing a very good looking stroke down towards third man, plays a naughty looking stroke, a bad stroke, playing it high in the air, and catch taken there at short straight mid wicket. The Antiguans lose their first wicket in the 11th over. Tanez Francis going caught for 14 with a total on 31. So Elijah Lewis straight away making the breakthrough for St. Kitts after being introduced into the attack from the northern or media center end, making the breakthrough for St. Kitts straight away and picking up that wicket from the second delivery of his first over. He bowls right arm medium fast, and he was able to force Tanez Francis into error. One may say an unforced error. Had he gotten on top of the delivery and rolled his wrist or played it down, if you're going to pull or you're going to hook, you have to use the wrist, get on top of the delivery and play it on the ground. If you're going to play it in the air, you have to play it way above the heads of the close-in fielders, forward square leg, short square leg, short mid-wicket. You have to clear those fielders, and he failed to do so. So the Antiguans have lost their first wickets in over number 11, the second delivery of the 11th over. The breakthrough being made by Elijah Lewis, bowling from the northern end. The sunshine has left us momentarily, and the conditions for cricket are very, very good here at Warner Park. Elijah Lewis is wide, much too wide outside the line of the off stump, and signaled wide by the umpire. Rightly so. He is well outside of those lines drawn to constitute the crease. He is again short outside the line of off stump. The new batsman is Toppin. Toppin was on top of it and hammered it out towards cover. Cover is no longer sweeping on the boundary. He is in short, just to the left of extra cover and the right of backward point. And again, he comes into play, but he misfields, and the batsman should get at least 3, as it's running very close to the boundary and pull back just inside. So the batsman will complete 3 runs. What should have been a single has turned out to be 3 runs for Zavik Toppin. It really should have been a single. It was played towards cover. The cover fielder was down. He appeared to have had it under control, appeared to have had it controlled, but it just eluded him and went very close to the cover boundary. Good comeback delivery there by Lewis. Delivered a touchdown just about outside the line of the off stump, slightly outside the line of the off stump, and taken behind by Richards. That completes the over. It brings up the end of over number 11. And the Cadetians have made the initial breakthrough that they were looking for. The Antiguans are now 35 for 1, scoring at 3.18. Projected score of 159. If they maintain this current rate, from the last 5 overs, they have scored 17 runs and lost 1 wicket. Toppin getting in behind, and delivery pitched on about off stump and pushing it out towards short extra cover. Toppin is on 3, and this one is pulled away, and it beats the fielder coming off the long leg boundary into the boundary for 4. The Cadetians would want to be very mindful of their fielding. We have seen a number of misfieldings from them so far this morning, and what should have been an easy single has turned out to be 4 runs to Zavik Toppin. It was a short delivery on line with middle and leg. He got inside of his wicket and swung it towards long leg. The fielder coming off the long leg boundary, moving to his left. He had a little bit of ground to cover, but nonetheless he got there and misfielded and allowed it to go across the rope for 4. That takes Toppin on to 7. Roberts on 12. The total has advanced to 39 for 1 in over number 12. We are at the halfway stage of over number 12, 11.3 overs gone. Some of the Kittian fielders in a huddle, having a conversation. The two batsmen having their own chit-chat. The two umpires are having a conversation, apparently about the ball, maybe the deteriorating condition of the ball. And we see the third umpire going out with a box of balls. So seemingly there may be a change of ball, as the ball could have might have deteriorated somewhat. We continue to have good conditions here at Warner Park, excellent conditions, and we can see right out towards Nevis to our left, and at least 2 of the cruise ships in the harbor. Very large cruise ship, and one slightly smaller to the right of it. And we are broadcasting from Warner Park in Bastia, Leeward Islands under-19 men's tournament. St. Kitts versus Antigua. The bowling so far for St. Kitts, Lewis has bowled 1 over for 7 runs, and he has picked up the lone wicket that has fallen. Stokes is into his second over. 1.3 overs, no maiden, 12 runs, no wicket. The ball has been changed. There has been a change of ball, and this one is pulled away towards deep backward square into the boundary for 4. It was a short delivery, lifting, and there was Toppin getting inside of his wicket and pulling it high, but safely out towards deep backward square into the boundary for 4. A very good stroke there by Toppin. It was a loose delivery, and it was well dispatched for 4. So that's his second 4, and he has moved on to 11. A total 43 for 1 in over number 12. The 5th delivery of over number 12 being bowled by Dovanje Stokes. Stokes has taken up the attack from the southern end, and another 4 for Toppin. Another bad delivery, loose delivery, and put away by Toppin for another boundary. So that's his third 4, and the total advances to 47 for 1. So the Antiguan batsmen have shown that they have the ability to put away the bad deliveries, and if the Kittitian second change bowlers are going to continue to serve up bad deliveries, they will be badly treated, harshly treated. So over number 12 comes to an end, at the end of which Hosea Roberts is 12. Zavik Toppin has overtaken him and he has pushed on to 15. He has moved on to 15 of 9 deliveries with 3 fours. Roberts has faced 36 deliveries and struck 2 fours. The total 47 for 1. Stokes has bowled 2 overs for 20 runs. Very high average of 10 runs per over. And Lewis 1 over for 7 runs. And Lewis will continue from the northern or media center end. The players who are playing today for Antigua are Matthew Miller, the captain, number 2 on his shirt. Tanez Francis, the wicketkeeper batsman, opening batsman, number 37. He has already been dismissed. You see a nice looking stroke out towards squarish third man. The fielder on the third man boundary moves to his right and fields. 1 more to Roberts. He's on to 13. We have Xander Hobson with the number 23 on his shirt. He is in the Antigua team today. Xavier Toppin, number 9. He's at the crease. He's on strike. Kerik Mentor, number 3, the youngest member of the Antiguan team. Nazir Williams, number 19. Hosea Roberts, he's out there in the middle. The number 10. Hosea Roberts is one of the opening batsmen. So the innings started with Hosea Roberts and Tanez Francis. And they had pretty slow opening partnership before the first wicket fell at 31. Very wide delivery outside the line of the off stump, and there we saw the flashing blade of Toppin playing all over it. Michaeli Tong is in the squad today, in the team today, number 17. There we see a lovely extra cover drive out towards the extra cover boundary for 4. Pitched up outside the line of the off stump, and there was Toppin into the drive, head well over the ball, getting that front foot out and driving out through extra cover all along the ground into the boundary for 4. Lovely extra cover drive by Toppin. That takes him on to 19, and the 50. The total has moved on to 47. The half century comes now as there's a thick outside edge through third man, the wicketkeeper Richards diving away to his right to try to make the save, but unable to do so. 4 more for Toppin, and that brings up the half century for St. Kitts. They have moved on to 57 for 1, with Toppin going very quickly to 23 of 12 deliveries with some 5 fours already. So he is scoring predominantly in boundaries. Most of his runs have come in boundaries, a high proportion of his runs in boundaries. Ozan Williams, is also in the Antigua team today. He has number 13 on his shirt. Sean Harris Jr. comes in. He has number 67. Jared Jean-Baptiste is also in. No, Jared Jean-Baptiste is not in today. He's a substitute today. Tazio Watson is also a substitute. Tayari Tong is in. He's playing today with the number 7. Vonde Bowers is a substitute. The captain is Matthew Miller. over number 13 has come to an end. At the end of it, Zavik Toppin is 23, Hosea Roberts is 13, and after 13 overs at a run rate of 4.38, the Antiguans are 57 for 1 with a projected score of 219 if they are to maintain the 4.38 run rate, current run rate. In the last 5 overs, they have scored 39 runs and lost 1 wicket. In the first power play, it started at 10 a.m. There were 28 runs. That one played in the air by Roberts, but it fell safely backward of the square leg umpire, and it fell very safely. One more to Roberts. Take Roberts on to 14, total 58 for 1. In the first power play, the Antiguans scored 28 runs and lost no wicket. A little too wide outside the line of the off stump there by Stokes. The second power play, they scored 30 runs and lost 1 wicket. And the 50 came up in 12.3 overs with 7 extras. Stokes a bit wide outside the line of the off stump, and Toppin left it alone. Nicely played by Toppin through backward square, just to the right of the female umpire, out towards deep backward square leg for a single. That takes him on to 24, a total 59 for 1. Short and lifting outside the line of off stump and played down towards third man for a single. That takes the total to 60 at the end of 14 overs. Current run rate 4.29. Projected score 215. Play the way down towards the sweeper on the cover boundary for another single. That's one more to Roberts, and is on to 16, and the total 61 for 1. We are into the 15th over. See, we see a lovely looking stroke towards backward point into the boundary for 4. Shot outside the line of the off stump, and there was Toppin laying back and putting back the ball and hitting it hard in the air, but safely through backward point into the deep backward point boundary for 4. That takes Toppin on to 28, and the total 65 for 1 in over number 15. So Toppin has increased the momentum, he has increased the scoring rate of the Antiguans, and he has gone past Roberts by a long way. Roberts is on 16, Toppin 28. He has outscored Roberts by some 12 runs. At the end of over number 15, the current run rate is 4.33. Projected score, if they continue along the path of the current run rate of 4.33, 217. The last 5 overs yielded 37 runs and 1 wicket to the Kititians. The Antiguans are playing very organized game today. They look a lot more assured, a lot more composed, a lot more confident. You're seeing a lot more confidence being exuded and exhibited by their batsmen. They are keeping wickets intact. They are maintaining wickets. As you see, a lovely stroke backward a point into the boundary for 4. Lovely shot. Shot outside the line of off stump. And there was Roberts getting onto the front foot and hammering it to the right of backward point, beating backward point to his right into the boundary for 4. A lovely stroke. And Roberts moves on to 20, and the total 69 for 1 in over number 16. So again, the Antiguans are showing that they have the ability to put away bad balls. You serve up bad balls, you are going to be punished. And they have been respecting the good deliveries. Whenever deliveries are well lined with the stumps, they are defending. They are really applying themselves today. We are seeing a lot more composure, a lot more confidence from the Antiguan batsmen. The Antiguan top order. This one wide outside the line of the leg stump, and they are going to get at least 1 extra. Roberts is looking to force the second, but sent back by Toppin. So a wide signal by umpire Tuckett, which means that the score will advance by 2 to 71. 1 for the wide, bowled by the bowler, and 1, the additional 1 ran by the 2 batsmen. So again, we see Toppin nicely in defense, getting on top of the line of that shot, lifting delivery and pushing it back up the track on the offside for the fielder at short extra cover to move to his right to field. So the Antiguans have really applied themselves today. Not the swashbuckling type of innings that we have seen in previous games. It's more occupation of the crease and compiling the runs, not at an extraordinarily rapid rate, but at a reasonably good rate, 4.58. So they are applying the principle of O plus A equal R. And my friends in the U.S. Virgin Islands will know exactly what I am talking about. Occupation plus application equals runs. It's a formula that one of my fellow commentators in the U.S. Virgin Islands, St. Thomas to be exact, came up with. O plus A equals R. Occupation plus application equals runs. So that's the formula the Antiguans are applying here. As you see, first drinks break being taken at the end of the 16th over. 71 for 1 with Zavik Toppin on 28 and Hosea Roberts on 20. Toppin has faced 25 deliveries. He has struck 6 fours and he has a healthy strike rate of 112. Roberts 44 deliveries, 3 fours, strike rate of 45.45. Stokes, who has been introduced into the attack from the southern end, he has bowled 4 overs, no maiden, 29 runs, no wicket. An economy rate of 7.25. Elijah Lewis, 3 overs, no maiden, 22 runs, 1 wicket. 7.33 his economy rate. Welcome back to Warner Park. We have just seen the conclusion of the first drinks break. We are about to see the resumption of play after that first drinks break. The Kittitians have made a change at the northern or media center end, and that's Caden Francis, who has been brought back into the attack after starting the attack for St. Kitts this morning, and he begins his second spell with a wide delivery outside the line of the off stump. The Kittitian fieldsmen, Kittitian players were appealing for a catch at the wicket, appealing for caught at the wicket, but they were probably trying to distract the umpire. The female umpire, not distracted at all, well focused and signaled wide. The first run has come for Roberts of the second delivery, but first legal delivery of over number 17. The score has advanced to 71 for 1. The batsman dismissed so far, Tanez Francis, the Antiguan wicketkeeper batsman, who opened the innings with Hosea Roberts. He scored 14 of 27 deliveries with 1-4, a strike rate of 51.85, and he batted for 46 minutes. He was caught by Javid Edwards of the bowling of Elijah Lewis when the total was on 31, and that was in over number 11, the second delivery of the 11th over. Caden Francis before this had 5 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, no wicket. Jaheim Clark, his opening bowling partner, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 7 runs, no wicket. That one is on the legs and played away towards long leg, who comes off the boundary. And there is 1 run. 1 run to Toppin. Stokes has bowled 4 overs. That's Dovanje Stokes, 4 overs, no maiden, 29 runs, no wicket. Elijah Lewis, 3 overs, no maiden, 22 runs, 1 wicket. So he has been the only success story so far for St. Kitts. Elijah Lewis, the only success story thus far for St. Kitts in the bowling department. Francis is bowling from the media center or northern end of the ground, and is being spoken to by the female umpire. Cricket has certainly evolved over the years. See a very pleasant looking extra cover drive. Is there going to be a run out? Yes, there is a very, very disappointing run out for the Antiguans. Very poor communication. The single was on, but again, the hesitation between the two batsmen resulted in the run out. The single was definitely on. If you are going to get a single and get that single quickly and successfully, you have to be very positive with your running. The call was not positive. The running was not positive. There was too much stuttering and too much indecision in the middle, and as a result there was a big mix-up between Toppin and Roberts, with both of them ending up at the same end. That's the southern end, that's the presiding end, the Lozak Road end, and unfortunately we see the departure of, we will tell you exactly which one of them has left. Roberts is still there, so it means that Toppin is the unfortunate one who left his crease. So obviously, having left his crease, he was the one who had to go. Roberts did not leave his crease at all. Roberts was saying to him, stay. He put out the hand and shouted to him to stay, but he thought the run was on. Which really and truly, yes, the run was on, but Roberts would have had to run straight through without any hesitation. But as a result of that, the Antiguans have lost their second wicket with a total on 74. Toppin going run out by Caden Francis, throwing to wicketkeeper Irette Richards for 29, and Toppin was looking so good. He batted for 33 minutes and he scored his 29 of 28 deliveries with 6 fours. And Toppin really looked good today. He was batting well, but poor communication between he and Roberts led to his downfall. So the new batsman for Antigua is the batsman with number 23, that's Zanden Hobson. Zanden Hobson will have to stabilize things for Antigua with Roberts. Roberts has been very composed throughout his innings. He has put his head down, he has applied himself, and it was very unfortunate to see that big mix-up between Toppin and Roberts, which resulted in the unfortunate run-out of Toppin in over number 18. So Toppin was run out for 29. We are at the halfway stage of the 18th over, and that very well could have been a chance. The slip fielder diving away low to his right, trying to bring off the catch, but was unable to come up with it. The other Kittian fielders were shouting, "Catch him, catch it." The catch was not taken, and the batsmen completed a single. 1 run to Hobson. Hobson getting off the mark very fortuitously, and he is now at the non-striker's end, at the Lozak Road end, with the Kittian spinner coming into the attack from the southern end. That's Larson Bergen. And here we see a big hit here. It's going to fall safely out into the mid-wicket area. The fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary comes off the boundary and fields. And there is 1 run to Roberts. Roberts chancing his arms here. And he will be very well advised to continue in the mode in which he was when he was batting with Toppin. He gets 1. He moves on to 22. The total is 76 for 2. Antigua losing their second wicket in the 18th over. They are scoring at 4.22 runs per over, with a projected score at 4.22 at the current run rate of 4.22, 211. And in the last 5 overs, they have lost the wicket of Toppin and scored 19 runs. So Caden Francis will continue from the northern or media center end, commonly called the Len Harris Cricket Academy end. And that one played towards a gully position, the fielder at backward point moving to his left to make the save. Would have gone towards third man had he not done that. There's a third man on the boundary. The third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, cover, sweeping on the boundary. It's played in the air. Is there a chance for the fielder at backward square? No. He's unable to get under it to make a catch of it. He tried desperately to keep it in play, but was unable to do so as it crosses the boundary line into the boundary for 4. 4 runs to Roberts. 4 to Roberts. And that takes him on to 26. And the total into the 80s, 80 for 2. It was not a very convincing stroke by Roberts. It's a delivery pitch on about middle and leg and looking to play through the onside, probably looking to play between short mid-wicket and the backward square leg. He played it in the air, just above the head of the backward square, who had some grounds to cover. He did cover some grounds, but was unable to get under it. And it dropped and popped across the line for 4 to Roberts. That's Roberts' 4th boundary, 4th 4. Roberts going through for a quick single. That's the way you take a quick single. You play and you run straight through. Had the 2 batsmen done that, there would not have been the run out of Toppin. You cannot be hesitating and fumbling and fooling around and playing around in the middle to complete a single. You have got to be positive with your running. And as a result of the negative running obviously would bring negative results. And that's just what happened. Very good delivery there by Francis. Pitched on about middle and off stump and moving further away, that lateral movement outside the line of the off stump. And the new batsman, Hobson, didn't know too much about that one. He was beating all ends up outside the line of the off stump. And there he was, looking to swing through the onside, a short lifting delivery, looking to pull, or maybe looking for that hook stroke. He missed, did not make any contact, and the ball probably cannoning onto his helmet. We have not seen anybody running onto the field for the concussion test. He seems to be pretty okay. That brings up the end of over number 19. At the end of it, it's Hosea Roberts, the opening batsman, on 27. The new batsman, Hobson, is on 1. And Antigua batting first after winning the toss and opting to bat 81 for 2. Lovely stroke here by Roberts, opening his arms and hitting out towards cover, or out towards extra cover in the air, but safely. And he picks up another 2 runs. He didn't quite get the timing, but it was nonetheless safe. And he was able to pick up an additional 2 runs. That takes him on to 29, and the total 83 for 2 in the 20th over. So Roberts is very much aware that he has been there from the beginning of the innings, as he plays a nice looking sweep backward of square into the boundary for 4. It was short outside the line of leg stump, and there was Roberts getting on one knee and sweeping nicely, rolling the wrist over it and playing it out towards long leg for 4. So another boundary for Roberts. Hosea Roberts moves into the 30s. He's 33. of 56 deliveries with 5 fours. And he has been there since the start of the innings for 75 minutes. It's always a pretty sight to see batsmen executing that sweep stroke. It has brought about the downfall or the demise of many batsmen who did not execute well enough when it was well executed by Roberts on that occasion. And there we see him trying to go through the offside, trying to bisect the gap between point, that's cover point on the offside, and backward point. And here he is again opening his arms and going over backward point into the boundary for 4, more or less bisecting the gap between backward point and the square cover on the offside into the boundary for 4. Where he continues to score in boundaries. Roberts, he's on to 37, he's 6th 4, and the total after 20 overs, 91 for 2. Roberts is aware that he has got to increase the scoring rate. He has got to push the score along. He has been there for a long time, and he is seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit now, as we would normally hear in most of the Caribbean islands, especially my home country of the Spice Isle of Grenada. Seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit, having been there for so long. We have seen the introduction of spin from the northern end, and that's Kunal Tilocano, the right arm off spinner. Starts with a very good delivery. Tilocani bang on target in his first over. 1 run coming off his first over. He's been a pretty good bowler for St. Kitts in this tournament. Very useful right arm off spinner. Very tight. Over number 21 comes to an end. 92 for 2, Antigua and Barbuda under 19. Against St. Kitts under 19 here at Warner Park in Basse-Terre, St. Kitts. And there we see Hobson looking for a big drive. Loud appeal by the Kittitians. Over number 22 comes to an end, at the end of which Hosea Roberts is 37, Zanden Hobson is 2, and the Antiguan total at the end of 22 overs, 92 for 2, scoring rate of 4.18. A projected score of 209 if they maintain their current run rate of 4.18. The last 5 overs, they have scored 18 runs and lost no wicket. So the right-hand column looks pretty good, but they would want to up the tempo somewhat. They would want to increase the scoring rate and accelerate a bit more as we get closer to the halfway stage of the innings into the 23rd over. The players who are in the condition 11 today are DeAndre Drew. DeAndre, as the batsmen go through for a quick single taken. And it's 93 for 2. I do hope I have the pronunciation correct. Better if I get it. But that's Drew. Drew with the number 3. Richards with the number 5. That's Iret Richards, as you see that one going across the boundary line for another 4. Played away into the deep backward square leg boundary for 4 by Zanden Hobson. That takes him on to 6, and the total 97 for 2 in over number 23. Tilocano straying on the legs of Hobson, and Hobson playing it away back of the square for 4. And a good comeback delivery there by Tilocani, pitching just outside the line of off stump and holding its own. No turn. It's going through with the arm, as we see Tilocani finishing with a delivery again, just a little wide of off stump. Hobson looking for a big expansive drive. He missed and taken behind by wicketkeeper Iret Richards. So at the end of over number 23, it's Hosea Robertson 38, Zanden Hobson 6, Antigua batting first after winning the toss, 97 for 2. So Kunal Tilocani, he has completed his second over, no maiden, 6 runs, no wicket, and the conditions have also introduced spin from the southern or Lozak Road end. And there we see a big shot out towards deep mid-wicket on the boundary. He comes off the boundary and fields. One more to Roberts. Roberts is on 39. And the player with the number 6, that's Larshan Bergen. So Bergen is the spin bowler, bowling over the wicket from the southern end. He's bowling right arm off spin. We have Javed Edwards with number 16. We have Kunal Tilocani with number 2. Xavier Henry, one of the opening batsmen, number 15. Very good save on the deep backward point boundary. Very good save, preventing 2 runs. The batsman completed 2, and had it not been for the good save, it would have been 4. So a very good bit of fielding there by the sweeper, moving away to his left towards backward point, and he's caught it slip. Caught it slip. Easy regulation catch taken by Drew at first slip. So there was Xander and Hobson prodding forward and pushing tentatively at that delivery outside the line of the off stump from Bergen, and caught by Drew for 6. The Antiguans lose wicket number 3 with a total on 97 of the 4th delivery of the 23rd over. So again, another good breakthrough for St. Kitts, good breakthrough for the Kittitians. The Antiguans would want to be very mindful and very cautious and careful with losing wickets at regular intervals. They would have to support Roberts. Roberts is on 38. The middle order batsman would want to stay with Roberts and support him. He's on 39 of 68 deliveries with 6 fours. And the 100 has actually come up for St. Kitts in the 24th over. So it's 100 for 2. 100 for 2. And Bergen in its 4th over. Xavier Henry, he wears the number 15 on his shirt. Larson Bergen, number 6. Jaheim Clark, number 9. Sachin Saunders, SS. And he has a big name as his first name, Sachin. So he certainly has big shoes to fill. Sachin Saunders, number 14. Caden Francis, number 12. Devonjay Stokes, number 1. Elijah Lewis, number 17. And the batsman should complete at least 2 runs here. And the fielder with the number 11 is Devonjay Walters. The score advances by 2 to 102. 102 for 3. We are closing in on 25 overs. 24.3 overs gone. So we are at the halfway stage of the 25th over, being bowled by the player with number 4 on his back. Number 4 for St. Kitts. That's Kunal. So Kunal Tilokani is wearing the number 4 today. And he continues to bowl well for St. Kitts as he completes yet another very economical over. So at the end of 3 overs for him, no maiden, 8 runs, no wicket. The total at the end of the 25th over, 102 for 3. Roberts not out on 41 of 74 deliveries with 6 fours. Matthew Miller, the captain of Antigua, he has joined Roberts, so he has gone out to partner Roberts. And you see the batsman completing a leg by, now being signaled by umpire Carl Tuckett. Carl Tuckett, who hails out of Nevis, former Division and Leeward Islands player who went on to represent the West Indies in one-day international cricket. Carl Tuckett would have played Super 50 cricket, limited overs version for the West Indies. And since retiring, he has taken up umpiring. And he has been in umpiring for quite a while. And always seems to enjoy his job out there in the middle. Carly Tuckett. Here we see a nice looking drive out towards extra cover into the boundary for 4. Tossed up outside the line of the off stump by the right arm off spinner Bergen, and driven all along the ground into the extra cover boundary for 4 by Bergen. That is going to take him on to 45, his 7th 4, and the total will push on to 107. And over number 26, this one comes off the edge and it's running very close to the third man boundary. It's pulled back just inside, and the batsmen complete 2 runs. That should take Bergen, that should take Roberts onto 47. Roberts should have advanced by 6 from 41 to 47. And at the end of the 26th over, it's 107 for 3, with Roberts closing in on a half century on 47 from 79 deliveries, 7 fours, a strike rate of 59.49. But Roberts has actually anchored the Antiguan innings. He has certainly held the innings together as the opening batsman. He started the innings, he opened the innings with Tanis Francis, the Antiguan wicketkeeper batsman. Wicketkeeper and opening batsman, Tanis Francis. Bergen has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 21 runs, and he has picked up 1 wicket. Tilokani, before this, 3 overs, no maiden, 8 runs, no wicket. And Miller is hitting hard and high. Is he going to be caught? A very good attempt by the fielder on the long on boundary to take the catch, but he was unable to hold on to it. Nonetheless, he prevented it from going for 6 because it was struck hard and high. Probably not hard and high enough to clear the head of the fielder. It fell into his hands, where he was unable to maintain his balance to complete the catch, and the batsman completed 2 runs. That takes the total on to 109 or 110 for 3, with Matthew Miller moving on to 2, and Roberts 3 away from a half century. What would be a well played half century if he gets there. Miller, it's playing out towards Tilokani, who is at short backward square to the right of the umpire. There is Miller moving out and playing it just slightly to the right of the umpire once again. Tilokani having to move from his position closer to the umpire to field. And 1 more run to Miller. Miller on to 3. And the total 111 for 3 in over number 28. So we are in the 28th over, being bowled by Larson Bergen. 3rd delivery of his 6th over. And he has so far picked up 1 for 22. Very good single there by Roberts. He inches closer to his half century. He's now on 48. And that brings his captain, Matthew Miller, back on strike. Miller with the number 2 inscribed on his shirt. He's on 3. Loud appeal by Bergen and his teammates for caught at the wicket. The total remains 112 at the end of over number 28. $112 for 3. The Antiguans are scoring at exactly 4 runs per over, with a projected score of 200 if they maintain this current scoring rate. In the last 5 overs, they have scored 15 runs and lost 1 wicket. Tilokani continues from the northern end. You see a nice delicate touch there by Roberts, pitched outside the line of the off stump, and there he was, opening the face of the bat and steering it to short third man for a single to take him closer to the half century. He's on 49 of 84 deliveries with 7 fours. And again, it goes towards short third man. The fielder at forward square on the offside moves to his left to field. And 1 more to Miller. Miller moves on to 4. The total 114 3, and that's the half century for Roberts, and Roberts is hustling back for the second run. So very good running there between Roberts and Miller, and it's been a well played half century by Hosea Roberts. He moves on to 51 of 85 deliveries with 7 fours. A strike rate of 60. The total moves on to 116 for 3 in over number 29. So we are at the halfway stage. It's 28.3 overs gone. We are in over number 29. being bowled by Kunal Tilokani. It's played away towards short backward square. Backward square moves to his left and fields just to the right of umpire Carl Tuckett. And there is no addition to the score. It remains 116 for 3. Nice looking straight drive, on drive, driving out towards Elijah Lewis on the long on boundary and picking up a very comfortable single is Roberts to move him on to 52. The total 117 for 3. And there we see Miller stepping out and driving towards short extra cover. At the end of over number 29, Miller, who has just joined or recently joined Roberts, is on 3. Roberts recently brought up his half century. He's on 52, and the total 117 for 3. Borgan has bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 23 runs, 1 wicket. Tilokani 4 overs, no maiden, 9 runs, no wicket. No success yet for Tilokani. Borgan continues from the southern end. Roberts looked very ungainly there. He was not in the correct position. He was not in the right position at all to play that delivery. And the most he could do was just parry it back down the track on the offside. Now he's backing away and making room for himself and looking to beat backward point, but unable to do so. He found Elijah Lewis, played it straight to Elijah Lewis, who went down on one knee and fielded quite well. There is Bergen tossing up and Roberts launching into the drive, not keeping it down, playing it in the air, and the fielder at short extra cover diving away to his left, trying to make a catch of it, but unable to do so. Fielded by the sweeper on the boundary. One more to Roberts. He has moved on to 53. The total 118 for 3 at the end of 30 overs. They're scoring at 3.93, a projected score of 197. If they continue with the current run rate of 3.93. There are 20 more overs to go. It's a 50 over encounter. Antigua versus St. Kitts here at Warner Park. And this one's played away nicely through mid-wicket. The fielder on the mid-wicket boundary moves to his left and fields. 2 more to Roberts. That one was short. Dragged down by Tilokani. And Roberts read it well and played it between backward square and short, straight mid-wicket. And here he is drawing away, backing away, and making room for himself, looking to beat extra cover to his left, but unable to do so. And he's given out. He's given out leg before. A very good delivery by Tilokani. Pitched on about middle and off. Or pitching on about off stump and turning back in. And Roberts was beaten on the defensive prod. Struck on the pad. And the umpire upheld the appeal. So Roberts departs for a well-played half century. Roberts scored 54. Leg before to Tilokani for a well-played 54. The new batsman is Nazir Williams, who will join his captain Matthew Miller. So 55, Robert scored. Leg before to Kunal Tilokani. He scored his 55 in 139 minutes of 97 deliveries with 7 fours. A good breakthrough by Tilokani once again being amongst the wickets. He has proven himself to be a very economical and very tight bowler, as he has changed his line of attack from over the wicket to the right-hander to around the wicket to the left-hander, and immediately a chance is created. The outside edge found, but the catch spilled by the fielder at the slip position. So the lone slip fielder spilled that catch. Miller was pushing forward, outside edge found, and the catch not taken by the slip fielder. Actually, it was Nazir Williams, the new batsman, who had the chance. Nazir Williams getting a life very early in his innings, dropped at slip of the bowling of Tilokani. Tilokani continues to bowl well for St. Kitts. He has been probably the most impressive of all the spinners on display here. And the total 122 for 4 after 31 overs. This current run rate 3.94. And this one is struck hard, high, but it doesn't quite have the timing, it doesn't quite have the power and the distance to beat the long off to his left. Long off moving over to his left to field quite comfortably. And 1 run to Miller. 1 more run to Miller. He moves on to 5. And Williams, who has had a life on 1, left-handed Williams, he comes on strike. And he is facing the right arm off spinner Bergen. Again, outside edge found. It goes towards third man. The batsmen are exploring the possibility of a second run. But the captain Miller sends Williams back. Good sense prevailing. That one is outside the line of the off stump and hit away out through cover, through extra cover, cover sweeper on the boundary, moving a good distance to his right towards the deep extra cover position and cutting it off just inside the boundary. 1 run to Williams, and Williams advances by 1 to 2, the total 126 for 4 as we close in on the conclusion of over number 32. 5 deliveries have gone so far. Bergen aborts his run. He didn't seem to have the rhythm right. He didn't seem to have the momentum right. So the run was aborted. And the batsman, Matthew Miller, not quite ready as well. He settles into his stance now and waits for Bergen. So over number 32 has ended. It's 126 for 4 with Matthew Miller, the captain, not out on 7, and Nazir Williams not out on 2. The last batsman to go was Hosea Roberts for a well-played 55. He was leg before to Kunal Tilokani, given out by umpire Thelma Gums, the female umpire in this game. She is the presiding umpire now from the northern end, and the square leg umpire is the former Nevis, Leeward Islands and West Indies player, West Indies one-day international player Carl Tuckett. As you see, a very good delivery again by Tilokani. Williams pushing forward, outside edge found, catch taken by Richards, and the Antiguans have lost wicket number 5, and they slip into further trouble at 126 for 5. And everything seemed so nonchalant out there. There was the left-handed Williams pushing forward outside the line of the off stump, a bit tentative, not really covering the line of the ball, not getting behind the line of the ball and presenting the full face of the bat. Outside edge found, catch comfortably taken behind by Irett Richards. So again, Kunal Tilokani amongst the wickets for St. Kitts, dismissing Williams, Nazir Williams, for 2, with the total on 126. And it means that Tilokani has now picked up his second wicket, and he has the very impressive figures of 6.1 overs, 6 overs, 1 delivery, 18 runs, 2 wickets, an economy rate of 2.92. He has bowled so far some 25 dot balls, and only 1 4 has been struck off his very economical, very tight bowling. He has been as tight as 10 nails. It's been very, very impressive for St. Kitts throughout this tournament. Right arm off spinner, he goes in and bowls to the new batsman. The batsman is Tayari Tong. The Antiguans have 2 Tongs in the team, Tayari and there is another Tong. Looking for the name, he is the opening fast bowler. That's Mikeli Tong. So Mikeli Tong wears number 17, the opening fast bowler, and Tayari Tong wears number 7. He is batting at number 6 for Antigua in the middle order. So it will be quite interesting to know if any one of these 2 youngsters are related to the former Antigua and Leeward Islands fast bowler Gavin Tong. That is something that we can find out from the Antiguan contingent. A special thanks to our scorer, Miss Yvette Summersall, for providing the name of the female umpire, Miss Thelma Gums. And I am pretty sure that she is very much Kittian, because it's a face that I am familiar with, but not the name. And that information was provided by our scorer, Miss Yvette Summersall. Thank you very much, Yvette, and thank you very much for your services over the years. She's been a very loyal scorer here at the Warner Park, all forms of cricket. Whenever she's available, she's here. And quite a number of female scorers over the years. Brilliant diving save to his right by the fielder at short extra cover. And one of the female scorers who comes to mind is Singing Angie. Singing Angie was a very loyal female scorer as well. She scored with us, scored for us for many years before we lost her some years ago. Good delivery outside the line of the off stump. Miller pushing forward and beaten on the defensive prod. So the female scorers have done an outstanding job, an incredible job for cricket here in St. Kitts and Antigua, throughout the islands. One can remember a female scorer who used to come here with the Leeward Islands team. As you see, had a very naughty and quite irresponsible stroke being played by the Antiguan captain, Matthew Miller. There is no need for that. There is a change of bowling from the southern or Lozak Road end. Jaheim Clark, the man wearing number 9, the man with number 9 inscribed on his shirt, he is bowling from the southern end, and he bowls with some pace. So there is no need for Miller to be charging down the track at a bowler of his pace. Clark is a strong young man. He has some pace. He has the ability to generate pace. We have seen that. So there is no need for that. You can utilize the full length of the pitch. Allow him to bowl to you. Let him come to you, rather than charge down the pitch. There's no need for that. Man bowling at 70 miles per hour, 75, 80 miles per hour. Even if he's bowling at 65 or 60 miles per hour, that's a reasonable amount of pace. So it's better you allow him to use the 22 feet of the pitch and come to you. And if he bowls a bad delivery, you dispatch it, you put it away. He bowls a good delivery, you respect it. That's basic cricket. As you see, a very pleasant drive out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary, and they complete a single. 1 run to Miller, the captain, who should recognize that he has to lead from the front and lead by example. He is the skipper, he is the captain of the Antigua team, and Antigua is not yet out of the woods. They have maintained some wickets. In recent times, we have seen them losing 2 wickets in the last 5 overs for 11 runs. There's a projected score now of 188, which is less than 200. The current run with 3.76. After 34 overs, it's 128 for 5. So there's still a lot of work to be done. And the Kittitian bowlers have been bowling well, particularly Tilokani. This young man, he has a very bright future ahead of him as a spinner. He has been very penetrative and tight as well. 7 overs, no maiden, 19 runs, 2 wickets. Clark has bowled well as well. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 26 dot balls, 8 runs off his 5 overs. No wicket, but very economical. Bergen has bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, 28 runs, and he has picked up a wicket. 33 dot balls. The Kititians have actually placed the stranglehold on the Antiguans. The Antiguans, in the earlier stages of the innings, they kept wickets intact, yes, but their scoring rate was very pedestrian, very slow. And at this point, that is haunting them unless the batsmen at the middle, Miller and the new batsman Tong, Tong, can up the tempo, pick up the pace, and increase the scoring rate from 3.66 at the end of 35 overs. 5 wickets down, 128 runs on the board. And if we look at the scorecard for Antigua, this scorecard for Antigua, Tanez Francis caught Javid Edwards of Elijah Lewis for 14 with a score on 31. So the first wicket fell with a score on 31. There was a break in play as the players are having a second drinks break. Hosea Roberts, he batted very well for his 55. He was leg before Kunal Tilokani for 55. Zavik Toppin, he was run out in a terrible mix-up between himself and Roberts. Zavik Toppin and Roberts ended up at the same end. Toppin scoring 29. Zand Hobson caught the entry. So I have a better view of the spelling of the name now. It's DeAntre and not DeAndre. DE-ANTRE. Very particular with people's names. Try as hard as possible to pronounce names properly. DeAntre drew bowled by LaShawn Bergen. And just in case you're wondering how LaShawn is spelled, it's LAWSHORN. Maybe one of his parents is a legal luminary. Surname is Laws. He was caught. DeAntre drew bowled by LaShawn Bergen for 8. And Matthew Miller, the captain, is not out on 8. The last batsman going was Nazir Williams, caught at slip of the bowling of Kunal Tilokani for 2, and the total is 128 for 5. Ready again. Welcome back to Warner Park as we are about to see the resumption of play after the second drinks break. And it's a single to third man. Played away towards third man off the outer half of the bat by Tong. And that gets him off the mark. The total pushes on to 129. 129 for 5 in the 36th over. Bowling for St. Kitts continues with Jaheim Clark from the Lozak Road end. Clark, well supported by his teammates, the Kittitians, continue to clap away, continue to encourage their fast bowler, Jaheim Clark, who bowls outside the line of leg stump. And it's signaled wide by umpire Tuckett. Clark a bit offline on that occasion. Losing his bearings there, losing his line, a bit off radar. And straying outside the line of the right-hander's off leg stump. Outside the line of leg stump. Far too wide. He would be looking, and there is a very valiant attempt by the fielder at backward point, diving away and looking to effect a spectacular one-handed catch, but he was unable to get to it. So it did not go to hand. It eluded the dive and the outstretched hand, and it ran away into the backward point boundary for 4. That's 4 more runs to the Antiguan captain Miller, and they go through for a very quick single, and they should have another run, an overthrow. So poor cricket there by St. Kitts. A throw at the striker's end, not accurate towards the stumps, a little bit away from the stumps, but there was not the backing up. The covering wasn't there for the throw, and it allowed the 2 batsmen, Miller and Tong, to complete an extra run. So what should have been a single turned out to be a couple of runs, and there we see a glorious extra cover drive out towards the extra cover boundary for 4, pitched up by Clark and driven, caressed really through extra cover for 4. by the Antiguan captain Matthew Miller. Lovely stroke all along the ground, half volley and dispatched superbly. That takes Miller on to 18. Miller has gone on to 18 and the total 140 for 5 at the end of over number 36. His partner Tayari Tong is on 1. Clark has bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 20 runs, no wicket, and economy rate of 3.33. Kunal Tilokani, 8.1 overs, 1 maiden, 19 runs, 2 wickets, and economy rate of 2.33. Again, a bit of misfielding by a Kittian fielder, and the culprit on that occasion is the fielder wearing number 3. So we tell you exactly who he is in a moment. See a lovely off drive by Miller for a single. And a quick single by the Antiguans. That was the entry. The entry was the fielder misfielding at short extra cover. The total advances to 143 in over number 37. The 50 for Antigua came up in the 13th over. It's 12.3 overs. As we see the end of another over, the end of over number 37. It's 5 for 143. So 5 wickets in the right-hand column. 143 runs in the left-hand column. They are scoring at 3.86, the projected score of 193. Miller on 19, Tong on 3. Javid Edwards has been brought back into the attack from the southern Olozak Road end, replacing Clark, Jaheim Clark, who had 6 overs, 2 maidens, 20 runs, no wicket. So no success for Clark as yet today. He still has 4 more overs to go. Javid Edwards is into his first spell. First delivery outside the line of the off stump, beating the right-hander on the defensive prod. as the right-handed Tong, called down by his captain Miller for a mid-pitch conference, probably telling him, keep your eyes on the ball, play straight, present the full face of the bat, get in line, as he's doing just that now, as he plays out towards a gully position. Oh. Short backward point. We'll get a single down towards deep backward square. And that takes the total on to 144. 144 for 5. The Antigua 100 came up in the 24th over. As you see, a big stroke there by Miller over long, wide long off for 6. So that one was tossed up, and Miller launching into a big off drive, lofted off drive, over long off, wide long off, into the boundary for 6. And that takes Miller on to 25 and bringing up the 150 for Antigua. So the Antiguan 150 coming up off the 5th delivery of over number 38. 150 for 5. And Javed Edwards being struck for a big 6 over wide long off as his first over comes to an end. First over costing 7 runs. 150 for 5 with Miller on 25 of 39 balls with 2 fours and a huge 6 over wide long off. The 100 for Antigua came up in the 24th over. That's the 4th delivery of the 24th over with some 10 extras. And Roberts brought up his 50 of 85 balls with 7 fours and 0 6. There wasn't any maximum for Roberts in his 51. He applied himself very well. He played every ball on its merit. As you see, a single there to Tong out towards wide long off. And that would take the total on to 151 for 5. And the 150 coming up in over number 38, 37.5 overs with 13 extras. Tilokani continues from the northern end. As you see, a big drive there by Miller, but unable to beat short extra cover to his right. Good stop. And short extra cover, Xavier Henry. The over comes to an end. That's over number 39. It's 5 for 151. Antigua batting first after winning the toss and opting to bat first in the Leeward Islands men's under-19 tournament being played here at Water Park in Basseterre, St. Kitts. As you see, a very wide delivery being bowled by the left-arm orthodox spinner. That's Javid Edwards, bowling from the southern end. And this one is played nicely out towards extra cover. The sweeper on the cover boundary moves to his right and fields. And that's one more to Tong. Tong looks a much better batsman today than we saw in the previous game. There is a little bit more application. And you see a lovely straight drive here by Roberts out towards long on into the boundary for 4. Tossed up in his slot. And there he was stepping out onto the front foot and driving out towards long on into the boundary for 4. Lovely stroke. Beautiful on drive by the Antiguan captain Matthew Miller. And that takes Miller on to 29. His third 4. 44 deliveries, 1-6. And he has been there for some 34 minutes so far. So the first wicket fell at 31. That was Tanis Francis, the second delivery of the 11th over. And we saw a good little partnership between Toppin and Roberts, taking the score from 31 to 74, which meant that their partnership yielded some 43 runs. Very useful 43-run partnership between Zavik Toppin and Hosea Roberts, taking the score from. There we see another powerful stroke out towards long on. Wide long on moves to his left to field, and one more to Roberts. Roberts advances by 1, and the total 157 for 5. The total is 158 for 5 after 40 overs, with Roberts going on to 30. Roberts not out in 30 and Tong not out in 6. Elijah Lewis has been brought back into the attack from the northern end. He will be bowling right arm medium fast, and he has the Antigua captain Matthew Miller to contend with. Tayari Tong, the non-striker. And he starts with a very good delivery, lined with middle and off stump. Not much pace on it, maybe withholding some of the pace. Slightly slower delivery than normal. Very good stroke by Miller out towards wide extra cover. Out towards deep extra cover for 2. And the third wicket was that of Zand and Hobson. Hobson scored 8, and he went with a total on exactly 100. That was a bad delivery there by Elijah Lewis, shot on line with Midland leg, and Roberts Miller, the Antiguan captain Matthew Miller, said thank you very much, and really spanked that through mid-wicket for 4. So Miller is very positive and seems to be in a no-nonsense mood. Anything loose will be punished. And there he is pushing out towards long off for another single. Miller has advanced to 37 with 4 fours. And 1 6, and that goes towards third man along the ground. Another single to Tong. So we saw a partnership of 26 runs between Hobson and Hosea Roberts, taking the total from 74 for 2 to 100 for 3. And then the 4th wicket fell with a score on 120. That was Hosea Roberts in the 31st over. Roberts going for a patient and well played 55. Small partnership of 20 runs between Roberts and Nazir Williams, who was the next to go. He went with a total on 126 in the 33rd over, the first delivery of the 33rd over. Williams scoring 2. That very well could have been a return catch. The Kititians shouting, catch it, catch it. The catch was not taken. So, a nice little partnership developing here between Matthew Miller and Tayari Tong. As Javid Edwards is outside the line of the off stump, but he bowls between the umpire and the stumps. So he's bowling left arm around the wicket. And is he going to be caught? No, he is dropped. Played in the air to the right of short extra cover. He got both hands to it, but was unable to hold on. So again, we see the Kititians with another blemish, another blunder in the field. And let's hope that these blunders do not come back to haunt them later on in the game. You see a nice looking stroke played out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary, who comes in and fields. And one more to Miller, who just had a life. So Miller having a life on 38, advances to 39, and the total 168 for 5 in the 42nd over. 5th delivery of the 42nd over being bowled by the left arm orthodox spinner Javid Edwards from the southern end. And this one is an attempted on drive, looking to loft over mid-wicket. Didn't make proper contact, and it just trickled out onto the onside where wicketkeeper Ivet Richards picked up. And that brings up the end of over number 42, at the end of which the captain Matthew Miller remains not out on 39, and Tayari Tong is on 7. We are coming to you live from Warner Park via streaming on YouTube and streaming on Facebook. The streaming can be found both on Facebook and YouTube. For those of you who may want to follow the action live via our live streaming. The West Indies women defeated Bangladesh by 3 wickets in the last game. Bangladesh scored 227 for 9. And the West Indies women scored 228 for 7. In the other game, we can give you an update. Nevis versus St. Martin being played at the Connery Cricket Ground. Nevis under 19, 137 for 4 of 37.3 overs. So St. Martin is yet to bat. The Visions are still batting. They are 137 for 4. Oh, wow. Nevis actually won the toss, and they chose to bat first. The Nevis winning the toss and batting first, 137 for 4. Very straight drive there by Tong, straight back into the stumps. And you have seen a number of batsmen being deprived of runs by the stumps at the other end. We have seen that a number of times in previous matches. The balls being driven straight back down the ground into the stumps at the other end. Over number 43 comes to an end. Antigua batting here at Warner Park, 169 for 5. With the captain Miller on 39 from 59 deliveries with 4 fours and a 6. A strike rate of 66.10, and he has been at the crease for 34 minutes. With him is Tayari Tong, probably the brother or a relative of the other Tong, Michele Tong, the opening fast bowler of Antigua. The Kittichans have made a bowling change, and the right arm Javid Edwards is back into the attack from the southern end, played up towards mid-on by Edwards and calling Tong through for the single. Single very much on, but Tong seemed to have been caught napping somewhat. But nonetheless, he was able to make his ground. A lovely looking, expansive drive out towards, and it beats the fielder coming in, moving to his left at the wide long off, and seemingly he had everything covered. He had it well covered, it seemed, and it just went through his grasp and across the rope into the boundary for four good looking runs to the young Tong. So it's very likely that the fielder on the wide long off boundary was of the impression or of the opinion that that stroke was too good for one, so he allowed it to go through for a boundary. But cricket is competitive, so you cannot play cricket with that kind of mindset. Mind you, I am saying that. I cannot say that he was thinking that way. I'm speaking from a commentator's standpoint. It's my opinion. But cricket is competitive, so in a competitive sport like cricket, you don't give away runs like that. You have to ensure that you get down properly, get down on that one knee, have your body behind the ball and cover it properly. And he didn't do that. He allowed a gap. Nice little tickle there by Tong towards short fine leg. Tilokani moving to his right and fielding cleanly. So that brings up the end of the over. At the end of it, it's 170 for 5 with Miller on 39 and Tong growing in confidence on 9. Tong has struck 1-4. Miller has struck 4 fours and a 6. And that certainly was a lovely looking extra cover drive by Tayari. Bad bit of fielding on the extra cover boundary by the Kittishan fielder. And that allowed Tayari to get an extra 3 runs when it really and truly should have been a single. A well-flighted delivery there by Tilokani. Tantalizingly teasing the Antiguan captain Miller, just under the eye, tempting him. Miller wouldn't be tempted. He was very well in defense. Is there going to be another mix-up? Again, we see the bad communications between the two players, the two batsmen. It was played away between mid-off and short extra cover into a wide gap, a wide space. The single was on, but Tong again napping, caught napping. Had Tong started off quickly at the same time with Miller, the single would have been on. Tong caught napping. You cannot be sleeping at the wicket, at the crease. You have to be alert, you have to be sharp, and very wide outside the line of the off stump, and signaled wide, quite rightly so, by umpire Thelma Gums, female umpire in the game, along with Carly Tuckett. We have seen cricket evolving over the years, with females coming in to the game as umpires. Easy single out towards Caden Francis on the long off boundary. Very easy single to Miller. Or easy single to Tayari. Tong moves on to 16. Miller on 42 comes back on strike, and it's played out towards short cover for an easy single to take Miller on to 43. and the total going up into the 180s, 181 for 5, and we are in the 45th over. So after this over, there will be 5 more overs left. The scoring rate currently is 4.06. The current run rate is 4.06. This one is played away towards deep mid wicket by Tong, and Tong moves on by 1 to 17. A total 183 for 5 at the end of 45 overs. Scoring at 4.07. Projected score of 204. From the last 5 overs, the Antiguans have scored 25 runs and have not lost a wicket. So they have kept wicket intact the last 5 overs, with the last wicket falling with the score on 126, and that was Nazir Williams in the 33rd over. So a nice little partnership developing here between the captain Miller and Tong, taking the total from 126 for 5 to 183 for 5. So those of you who are good in maths, we can do the math and work out the partnership. 7 and 5. So they have so far added 57 runs, and with 2 more to the total, the partnership has increased to 59, and the total has gone on to 185 it should be, but we gotta work with what we have. 180 and another single to the Antigans. Total has advanced by 3 runs to 186. My math is not so bad. 186 for a lovely drive out towards extra cover into the boundary for 4. So tossed up by Javid Edwards, and there was Miller into the extra cover drive, playing it a bit uppish, a bit aerial, but very safe, and bisecting the gap between short extra cover and wide long off into the extra cover boundary for 4. That takes him on to 47. He's 3 away from his half century, and there we see him getting nicely onto the front foot and pushing out towards the short extra cover. A nice, powerful stroke there by Matthew Miller to take him on to 47, his 5th boundary, 5th 4, 67 deliveries, and he gets closer to the half century now with another single to mid-on, deep mid-on, and at the end of that over, it's 191 for 5 after 46 overs. The current run rate is 4.15. The projected score at this rate is 208. Last 5 overs have yielded 24 runs, and they have not lost a wicket. So a good half-century partnership between Miller, the captain, who is on strike and facing Elijah Lewis, and played away towards wide mid-on, and that brings up his half-century. Very well played half-century for the captain, Matthew Miller, leading from the front and leading by example. He came in at a time when Antigua was in a spot of bother and struggling, and he has now brought up his half century. And there we see what can be described as a French cut. Looking for the drive, coming off the inner portion of the bat, the inside edge found, and it trickled between the stumps and the wicketkeeper into the fine leg boundary for four runs to Tong. That takes him on to seven. No. I'll give you the scorecard in a while. Just a moment. And is he going to be caught? Yes, he is. Catch taken at extra cover, and Tong goes. Tong goes. Tayari Tong goes for 24. Caught at short extra cover, and the total has gone on to 196 for 5, 196 for 6. So the 6th wicket falling for Antigua in over number 47 of the second delivery of the 47th over. So a good little partnership, between Miller and Tong. They took the total from 5 for 126 to 6 for 196, which meant that they added some 70 runs for that wicket, for the 6th wicket. Very good 70-run partnership between Miller and Tong for the 6th wicket. The batsman who has joined Miller is Michaeli Tong. So one Tong replacing the other. They may very well be brothers or cousins. Something that can be investigated. And there we see a big 6 by the new batsman, Michaeli Tong. Swung away over deep backward square for 6. So a short lifting delivery, badly lined. And Tong said thank you very much and helped himself to 6 runs over deep backward square. Elijah Lewis. And here he is hitting that one hard, very hard to Caden Francis on the long off boundary for a single. Michaeli Tong is using the long handle here and opening up his arms. He has so far struck 1-6. He has quickly gone on to 8 from only 2 deliveries. And the total 204 for 6 coming up at the end of the 47th over. The 200 coming up for Antigua in the 47th over. They are 205 for 6 with the captain Miller. Scoreboard is showing that Miller is on 49. My scorecard is showing that he is on 49. We heard an applause by his teammates. in the players' pavilion. We saw him lift the bat, so we were of the opinion that the half century had been brought up. But according to the scoreboard to our left, he is on 49. He's batsman number 5 on 49. Batsman number 8 on 9, that's Tong. And the scoreboard shows 205 for 6. My scorecard shows 205 for 6 as well. And Miller is the non-striker. And the Kittians have made yet another change. There's a change in bowling from the far end, change in bowling from the Lozak Road end, and it looks very much like Caden Francis, who has been brought back into the attack and switched from the northern to the southern end. This is the first time we are seeing Francis bowling from the southern end. I guess the Kittitian captain has decided to switch him around and give him a spell from the southern end. The Antiguans are looking pretty good at 205 for 6 in the 48th over. The batsmen should pick up at least 2 runs here at the turn for the second run now. And Miller is still exploring the possibility of a third run on the overthrow. Oh, that's Tong actually. Tong is on strike. He's wearing a shirt with the number 17 inscribed at the back. Francis comes in from the far end. It's played out towards the right of short extra cover. There is no run there. Before this, Francis had 7 overs, 1 maiden, 23 runs, no wicket. That's Caden Francis. He's into his 8th over, second spell. It's played away out towards mid-wicket. The fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary comes in, fields. And one more run to Tong. That should take him on to 9. Tong has gone on to 12 actually. And here we see Miller pushing to the right of short extra cover and now getting the half century. So he has brought up his half century of 71 deliveries with 5 fours and 1 6. And we heard the applause coming from the crowd as over number 48 comes to an end. So there are 2 more overs left in the innings. Again, we do not have much of a crowd on hand looking out into the southern stands on the Lozak Road end, which is the seaside end of the ground. The lovely blue chairs, more or less empty. We can see some spectators at the third man position looking from our position here, and a few at the wide long off position. Not too many spectators have come in since the start of play. And he's out, caught and bowled. Slower delivery by Elijah Lewis, and there was Michaeli Tong pushing it straight back to Elijah Lewis, who gleefully accepted the catch. The Antiguans have lost their 7th wicket with a total on 210, with Michaeli Tong caught and bowled Elijah Lewis for 12. The captain Miller remains not out on 51. The other good scores in the Antiguan innings so far: Hosea Roberts, the opener, 55 from 97 balls with 7 fours. 29 by Xavi Toppin from 28 deliveries with 6 fours. So a high proportion of his runs came in boundaries. 24 by Tayari Tong, 33 deliveries with 3 fours. 14 wides, 1 leg by, and that gives us a total of 15 extras. And there is the new batsman beaten outside the line of the off stump. That's the young Kerrick Mentor. Quick delivery, a quicker delivery by Elijah Lewis, pushed through much faster, and it was through Mentor before he could even play a stroke. Elijah Lewis on that occasion wide outside the line of leg stump, and very fortunate not to have been signaled wide by umpire Gums. Umpire Thelma Gums. Another wide delivery outside the line of off stump. Lewis is all over the place with what may very well be his final over. Before this, he had 7 overs, no maiden, 52 runs, 3 wickets. So he has completed his 8th over, no maiden, 52 runs, 3 wickets, 25 dot balls, 5 fours, 1 6, 4 wides, coming off his bowling at the end of 49 overs. Antigua winning the toss and opting to bat first, 210 for 7. They're scoring at 4.29, and the projected score at this point, if they maintain the very same scoring rate, will be 215. In the last 5 overs, they have lost 2 wickets and scored 32 runs. The last over, the final over, is being bowled by Caden Francis from the northern end, and here we see an attacking stroke by Miller out towards deep, long off, out towards long off. The fielder at wide, long off, moving to his right to field. Miller was able to pick up the second run. The West Indies women defeating Bangladesh by 3 wickets. Bangladesh scored 227 for 9 of 46 overs. And then we see a big stroke by Miller out towards mid-wicket for 4. Miller launched himself into that one and heaved it through mid-wicket in the air. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. Miller is very much aware that he has to attack here in the final over, being bowled by Francis. And here he is launching again. Is he going to be caught? No, he's dropped, and they are going to hustle back for a second run. So Miller was looking to clear the boundary again, looking to clear long off. The fielder at wide long off, moving to his right and diving forward, attempting to complete the catch, but unable to hold on to it. It fell into his hands, but popped out. 2 more runs to Miller. It's 218 for 7. Miller has moved on to 59, and he's now the top scorer in the Antiguan innings. And they're hustling back for a second run, and they do get the second run comfortably in the end. Fielder fielded, moving to his right at long off, wide, sent the return in. Francis was not able to collect cleanly to break the stumps. Francis is in his 9th over, and this one is hit hard and high into the boundary for 6, over the ropes for 6. So Miller is really attacking Francis here in this final over. Miller has gone into the 60s. He's on 67, and the total 226 for 7 in the final over, with the final delivery coming up to be bowled by Caden Francis from the Lozak or southern end. Lozak Road or southern end. The Antiguan Conditions are making some adjustments, slight adjustments to the field. And a very good final delivery by Francis. He kept it straight. He knew that Miller was going to look to attack him, and it was bowled straight on about middle and off, and lifting over the off stump into the gloves of wicketkeeper Richards. So that brings the innings to a close. The 50 overs have been bowled, 50 overs completed. The Antiguans, they finished on 226 for 7, scoring at 4.52. In the last 5 overs, they scored 43 runs and lost 2 wickets. So good attacking cricket there towards the end by Miller. And they got to the projected score of 226 for 7, with Miller finishing not out on 67 of 78 balls with 6 fours and 2 sixes. Roberts got 55 of 97 deliveries with 7 fours. 24 by Tayari Tong. He was caught by DeAndre Drew of the bowling of Elijah Lewis. And we had 29 by Zavik Toppin, who was unfortunately run out in a mix-up with Hosea Roberts. Very comical indeed. Comically run out, one may say. Very poor communications between the 2 batsmen. The Antiguans finished in 226 for 7 of their 50 overs, with 15 extras consisting of 14 wides and 1 leg by. To look at the bowling figures for St. Kitts, the 2 bowlers who bowled 10 were Kunal Tilokani, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 23 runs, 2 wickets, 44 dot balls, 1 4, 1 wide. Larshawn Bergen, he bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, 45 runs, 1 wicket, 38 dot balls, 6 fours. The other successful bowlers were Elijah Lewis, 8 overs, no maiden, 52 runs, 3 wickets. Three bowlers were successful for St. Kitts. Elijah Lewis with 3 for 52 from 8. Tilokani 2 for 23 from 10, 1 maiden from, and Bergen 1 for 45 from 10 with 1 maiden. Francis 9 overs, 1 maiden, 41 runs, no wicket. Jaheim Clark 6 overs, 2 maidens, 20 runs, no wicket. Devon J. Stokes 4 overs, no maiden, 29 runs, no wicket. And Javided was bowled 3 overs, no maiden, 15 runs, no wicket. That's the position here at the end of the Antiguan innings. 226 for 6. The Kititians would need 227 for victory at just a shade above 4 runs for over. 4.52 to win this game. They would have to score 227. And just quickly to tell you the fall of wickets, we had 1 for 31, Tanius Francis in the 11th over, 2 for 74, Zavik Toppin in the 17th over, 3 for 100, that was Zanden Hobson in the 24th over. And then we had a good partnership. We had 4 for 120, that was Zanden Hobson. Partnership of 20 there between Hobson and Roberts, and then Jose Roberts going in the 31st over with a score on 126. And Williams went in the 33rd over with the score on 196. So he had a 70-run partnership between Roberts and Hobson. Tayari Tong in the 47th over, 210 for 7. Michele Tong was the 7th man out, and that's the way the Antiguan innings went. So at the end of their 50 overs, 226 for 7 at 4.52 St. Kitts. They would need 227 to win of their 50 overs. So until we rejoin you after lunch, we are going to take a lunch break here at Warner Park.
out the kitchen, how we get rock on the bathroom, how we get deck out the house, how we get over down the house. How we get a girl, man, I run it for me life. How we get a girl, couldn't even protect me wife. How we get a girl, hiding underneath the bed. How we get a girl, all the streets tonight me dead. Batten down your door, batten down your window. When you come in here, I need to bust your finger. Batten down
Welcome back to Warner Park as we see the resumption of play after lunch, after the first half of this under-19 encounter between Antigua and St. Kitts. Antigua winning the toss and batting first. scored 226 for 7 of their 50 overs. St. Kitts searching for 227 for victory. The two openers are at the crease. The Antiguans have started with Michaeli Tong from the southern end, or the Lozak Road end. The Antiguans batted very steadily throughout. Excellent delivery there by Tong, outside the line of the off stump. Beating the right-hander outside the off stump. A delivery lined with middle and off stump, and the right-hander pushing forward tentatively, going past the outside edge into the gloves of Tanis Francis, the wicketkeeper standing back with 2 slips. Played away through mid-wicket in the air, but away from any fielder. And the batsmen complete 2 runs. So the conditions are off the mark for scoring stroke of the innings. St. Kitts 2 without loss at the end of over number 1. At the end of the first over, St. Kitts 2 without loss. The Kittitians have started with Henry and Saunders. It's Sachin Saunders and Xavier Henry. Henry is on 2 and Saunders is yet to score. And Saunders is the left-hander. So we're looking at a left-handed Sachin, and that one seemed to be sliding down leg side. A loud, vociferous, very vocal appeal there by the Antiguans. But in the opinion of umpire Thelma Gums, who is the presiding umpire at the northern end, it would have been missing leg stump, sliding somewhat down leg side. So Henry has opened his account. He's on 2. And the Kittitians are 3 without loss in over number 2. the second delivery of the second over coming up, being bowled by Matthew Miller. So the Antiguan captain, Matthew Miller, very much the all-rounder in the Antiguan team. He steadied the Antiguan innings. He had a very good partnership of 70 runs for the 6th wicket with and that 6th wicket partnership was with Tong, where they took the score from 126 for 5 to 196 for 6. Well, I have the first name wrong. The surname is correct, but the first name should be Tayari. So there are two Tongs in the Antiguan team, Tayari Tong and Mikeli Tong. Tayari Tong is a middle order batsman who scored 24, and he had that partnership. And there we see outside edge found or easy bowled. Bowled all over the place. So the right-handed Xavier Henry is bowled by Matthew Miller all over the place for 2, and the Kittians lose their first wicket with a total of 3. So immediately the Kittians are in trouble, losing an early wicket. Henry playing slightly across the line, a delivery well lined with the stumps, and he was comprehensively beaten and bowled by Miller. Miller has some pace. He seems to be a very genuine all-rounder for Antigua. He is the captain who is leading from the front, he's leading by example, marshalling his forces there, here at Warner Park. He has 2 slips, standing back, the wicketkeeper standing back. There are 2 slips, the first and second slip, third man, extra cover. Cover, extra cover, the backward point, extra cover, and mid-off. Wow, and there was a very quick delivery by Miller, touching down outside the line of the off stump, and we could have seen that lateral movement, that ball moving after hitting the pitch, and the wicketkeeper having to dive away to his left to make the save. So Miller getting some movement off this Warner Park pitch. And the Kittians will have to be very careful with how they play Miller here. So over number 2 comes to an end. At the end of it, Henry has been bowled by Miller for 2, and Sachin Saunders is not out on no score. He's yet to score. The new batsman is DeAndre Drew, who has joined him. And the third over being bowled by Mikeli Tong from the southern end. He's outside the line of the off stump. We can also see some lateral movement being extracted off the turf here by Mikeli Tong with the number 17 inscribed on his back. number 17 inscribed on his shirt. Tong comes in from the far end. Loud appeal. Loud, vociferous appeal by the Antiguans. The Antiguans are always pumped up. They always very hyperactive, always upbeat, and they support the bowlers well. They always motivating each other, clapping away, everybody talking, everybody encouraging. They seem to be a well-gelled team, and on that occasion, Tong wide outside the line of leg stump, much too wide, and taken behind by Francis, the wicketkeeper, skipping nicely across to his right. The left-handed Sachin Saunders looks a very good picture. He gets nicely in line with that delivery, and with an angled bat pushed it out onto the offside. Wow, that was a short, climbing, rising delivery there from Michaeli Tong. That had some pace. That had Sachin bobbing and weaving and taking evasive action. It was a very, very deadly delivery indeed. And this young man, Michaeli Tong, he does have some pace. He's a very impressive young fast bowler. He has some pace, and I thought Sachin Saunders did very well to evade that delivery. It was quick, it was short, sharp, rising, and there he was. His entire body had to be angled out of the way to avoid being struck by that delivery. Again, he is nicely in defense. He looks a technically good player, technically correct player, the young Sachin Saunders, young left-hander from St. Kitts. Well-built young man. So far he has looked pretty good in defense. He's looked pretty good in defense. So all good deliveries that have been served up to him, he's well in line. As you see the new batsman Drew getting into line and defending nicely out onto the offside. So here at Warner Park we can see at least 4 strips. Probably the 4 strips that are bare. And here we see Miller generating some pace again. And he's being informed by umpire Thelma Gums that it's 1 for the over. So he has been given his warning. According to the rules, you should not bowl more than 1 bouncer per over. So should he bowl another bouncer, Sachin, and he picks up 2 runs quite comfortably. 2 more runs to him. He moves on 6. Sachin Saunders moves on to 6. And there he is, laying back and guiding it out towards deep backward point. 2 runs. It was a sharp lifting delivery, sharp rising delivery from Tong. Sachin was caught in an ungainly position. He was not well positioned to play the stroke, but the ball lifting big on him, and he laid back and steered it towards deep backward point, towards the deep backward point boundary where it was fielded, and he picked up 2 runs quite comfortably. Over number 5 comes to an end. At the end of the 5th over, it's 17 for 1. $210 runs from 45 overs. They actually need 210 runs from 270 deliveries. They are scoring at 3.4 runs per over. The required run rate is 4.68. In the last 5 overs, they scored 17 runs and lost one. I had said the last 5 overs, that would be the first 5 overs of the innings, and now into the 6th over. Delivery lined with middle and leg and played out towards straight, short mid-wicket. Short and straight mid-wicket, diving away to his right and effecting a very good save. They wonder if the young Saunders may very well be related to Steve Saunders. Steve Saunders, former national batsman, national player for St. Kitts, a member of the local cricket association. Short rising delivery there from Miller. There was the right-handed Drew. Not in position. Slower delivery by Miller. And Drew unable to put it away. Driven back up the track to the bowler himself. Miller fielded one-handed and had a shy at the stumps. But Drew was in the way. No harm done. Miller has dispensed off the second slip. He has a low slip. And there he is outside the line of the off stump of Drew, and Drew drives pleasantly out towards cover point, out towards backward point, more or less point position actually, and picking up a comfortable single. That brings up the end of over number 6, and the score has pushed on to 19 for 1. Lovely on drive there by Sachin Saunders. Pitched up on the legs. And there was Saunders into the on drive and driving straight through mid-on, out towards long on, into the boundary for a superb 4. That takes him on to 12 and a total 23 for 1. A lovely looking on drive. The on drive, not one of the easiest strokes to play in cricket. Pitched up on his legs and driven straight. And Mikeli Tong has responded with a bouncer. And right up in the face of Sachin Saunders. Saunders rehearses a hook stroke. And Tong has been given warning by umpire Toppin. 1 for the over. Tong has 2 slips. Third man, backward point, short extra cover. Another bouncer. And there he had Saunders bending his back to get out of the way. I guess that one was not as high as the first delivery, where the warning was issued. So in the opinion of umpire Toppin, it wasn't high enough to be called a no ball. And he continues to bowl aggressively and having Toppin bobbing and weaving out of the way. Drew calls him down for a mid-pitch chit-chat. And Drew is probably saying to Saunders, maintain your calm, maintain your composure, maintain your cool, let him exert all his energy and bowl shot. If it's not in your arc, there for any stroke play, it's not there for a shot to be played, just continue to leave it alone and allow it to go through to the wicket keeper. And there is Saunders driving straight back up the track on the onside for a single. It was pitched up and Saunders was into the on drive. The fielder had widened it on, moving to his right to field. One was Saunders, he's on to 13. Total 24 for 1 in the 7th over. There will be a break tomorrow, Good Friday. There will not be any game tomorrow. And it's hooked away. Is he going to be caught? No, he's dropped and it goes into the boundary for 4. A short delivery served up by Mikhail Tong. It was hooked away by Drew, and the fielder on the deep backward square was in an excellent position to take the catch. It went straight to him. It went straight into his hands, both hands, reverse cup, and he failed to hold on to it. It dropped and bubbled into the rope for 4 runs to DeAndre. So a bit of aggression here by Tong, and a bit of excitement here at Warren Park to end the over. That took Drew on to 10. That's his first boundary, 10 from 14 deliveries. Strike rate of 71.43. The total 28 for 1. The left-handed Saunders now on strike, facing up to Miller. And Miller bowls a very good Yorker, a well-pitched up Yorker. Dead on target, bang on target. And Sachin could do no more than come down hard on it. Just dropping the bottom hand and playing it out onto the onside. The Antiguan fast bowlers, they have generated quite a bit of pace. They do have some pace. They look 2 very impressive fast bowlers indeed. And Miller has switched his line of attack from over the wicket to around the wicket, but he starts around the wicket with a very wide delivery, which is signaled wide by umpire Thelma Gums. Miller was a little too wide outside the line of the left-handers after. He aborts his run. And dead ball is signaled by umpire Gums. Seemingly something was not right. Maybe his rhythm, momentum wasn't right. He aborted the run. Pleasant looking drive there by Sachin. Out onto the offside, the fielder had extra cover. Diving away, that's Ozan Williams. Diving away to his left to make the save. But couldn't prevent the save. The score moves into the 30s. It's now 30 for 1. Miller is back over the wicket, but again he is strained outside the line of the right-hander's leg stump, and a wide is signaled by umpire Gums. Umpire Thelma Gums. Umpire Carl Toppin is standing at cover. He's standing at point. Standing at point. Square up the wicket on the offside. Rather than being at the conventional square leg, he has remained at point because of the right hand, left hand combination of the crease. Drew, the right hander, on strike, and the left handed Sachin Saunders, the non-striker. Big man, the number 14, inscribed on his shirt. He looks a good player. Looks a pretty good player. Here we see a lovely looking extra cover drive by Drew, beating the fielder at mid-off to his left. That's Williams not making the save. All along the floor, all along the carpet, got very close to the boundary. The batsmen were able to complete 2 runs. That took Drew on to 12. And total lovely looking extra cover drive once more by Drew. Out towards extra cover for 4. Pitched up by Miller and Drew into the extra cover drive. Driving it smoothly, fluently along the ground into the extra boundary for 4 more. Drew moves on to 16, second 4, and the total 37 for 1, and 8.
The Kitchen batsmen seem to be very strong on the drives. And if Miller continues to overpitch,
he will be punished. So he would want to pull back his line somewhat. Much better line, not offering to drive on that occasion. Better line, middle leg, and Drew was forced to defend out onto the onside as over number 8 comes to an end. Saunders on 14, Drew looking good on 16, 37 for 1 after 8 overs. Bear in mind that since hits they are searching for 227 for victory after 50 overs. Antigua got 226 for 7 of their 50 overs. A scoring rate of 4 points. See another nice drive by Drew through extra cover. The current run rate is 4.65. The required run rate 4.52. The petitions require another 189 runs from 251 deliveries. Tong continues from the Lozak end. balls, very sharp delivery, slightly outside the line of stump, lifting. Drew was hurriedly in defense, pushing it out onto the offside. Tong with 2 slips. Wicketkeeper standing back. Miller is at second slip. And Xander Hobson first slip. Number 23 on his shirt. Captain Miller marshalling his forces, making slight adjustments, encouraging his fielders, encouraging his teammates, saying to Tong, you can do it, can do it. Tong slightly outside the line of leg stump on the other field. Fortunately for him, he did not go sufficiently wide to be called a wide, within the lines. And there is a front crease, and there is a back crease. Two lines inside of the main lines. Once it goes way outside the lines, umpires are going to call wide. Whether it's on the offside or on the onside, off stump or leg stump. You have to stay between wicket and wicket. Ball at the stumps force the batsman to play. You can only get wickets if you attack the stumps. You have to attack the batsmen. You have to make them, force them to induce ball short. It's such a short delivery, which is now signaled wide. Wasted delivery there by Tong. Dropping short halfway down the pitch, way over the head of the diminutive short, the entry Drew. Drew had no chance of playing that. It was much too high. There is Tong on much better line, much better length. Drew defends out onto the offside. That brings up the end of over number 9. At the end of it, the entry Drew is not up on 16. Touching Saunders 15. 39 for 1. Kids chasing 227 victory. Petitions are searching for 227, with Antigua having scored 226 off. Therefore, the overs, the top score came from the captain, Miller, with 7, 6 fours, 2 sixes, 78 balls, 118 hits of batting. 55 from Jose Roberts, 97 delivery, 7 4, 139 minutes of batting. 29 by Toppin, 20 delivery, 6 4. Very high percentage of his runs came in boundaries. 24 of his 29 runs came in boundaries. Spent 33 minutes at the crease. Very impressive strike rate of 103. Down 7. Again, catching Saunders. It looks a very good picture as he gets onto the front foot. Head well over the ball, eyes on the ball, playing it out to short. Very easy thing. Very compact looking player. Sachin Saunders. St. Kitts is gifted, blessed.
A lot of talented cricketers. A lot of young cricketers have come through St. Kitts. And there we see a bad delivery put away by Drew. A badly lined delivery, a delivery that was well outside the line of leg stump. And Drew with both eyes on that one ball. And he was into his stumps and swung it away through a long leg into the boundary for 4. A well executed stroke by Drew, well played, and he got 4 runs. That takes his total on to 20. He's into the 20s, and here we see him driving straight through mid-on, a bit uppish, a bit aerial, but safe. 1 more run to him. He's on to 21. The score advances from 44 to 45. And Sachin Saunders, who looks a very compact player on 16, comes on strike. So the Kittitian batsmen, they look very comfortable out there. They don't seem to be bothered or troubled at all. And here we see Sachin playing a very bad stroke. A wide delivery outside the line of the off stump. And Drew quite rightly calls him down for a mid-pitch conference and saying to him that the delivery was wide. There was no need to play. You could have shouldered arms. You could have lifted the bat and allowed it through to the wicket-keeper. And I'm pretty sure he would have had some sound advice there from Drew. Change in bowling. And this one is played in the air and he's caught. He's caught at square cover. Caught at square cover. So the breakthrough has been made from the change of bowling at the northern end. New bowler coming into the attack. And the new bowler is Sean Harris Jr. Sean Harris Jr. He has made the breakthrough for Antigua. Sachin playing a careless stroke. The delivery was pitched outside the line of the off stump. He was not sufficiently across. He was stretching to play that drive. And he was not to the pitch of that delivery at all. He lifted it. And an easy catch to the fielder at cover point, moving easily to his right and taking quite a comfortable catch. Sachin Saunders going, caught by Tayari Tong of the bowling of Sean Harris Jr. for 16 from 25 deliveries with 1-4. The Antiguans, they have stuck to their plan, and one could have seen them trying to work Sachin Saunders out. He was spoken to by Drew, but he did not quite take the advice that was given to him. That has led to his downfall. That has certainly led to his demise. So he goes. Sachin Saunders caught by Tayari Tong of Sean Harris Jr. for 16 with a total on 45. At the end of over number 10, the Kittitians are scoring at exactly 4.5. 4.5 runs per over. The required run rate is 4.55. So the young and impressive Kerik has been brought into the attack from the Lozak Road end. Kerrick Mentor, the youngest member of the Antiguan team, quite easily recognizable. Very small in stature, slender. He is getting some attention from two players, two of his teammates. He seems to be favoring the left arm. He seems okay and quite ready to come in from the southern end. Bowls a quick delivery for a young man, small in stature. He has a lively medium pace. It was very fast outside the line of leg stump and signaled wide by umpire Tuckett. And that takes the score on to 47 for 2 in over number 11. Lashon Bergen has replaced Sachin Saunders. And this one is played away, backward of square, into the boundary for 4, pitched up on about middle and leg. And there was Bergen getting inside of his wicket and heaving it in the air, but safely away from any fielder, into the deep backward square boundary for 4. A very productive stroke, a very attractive stroke as well by Drew, and that takes Drew on to 22, third 4, and the total 48 for 2 in over number 11. And Drew pushes on now to 26. And the 50 has come up for St. Kitts in 11. The score has pushed on to 53. Say good afternoon to you for wherever you are viewing or listening our coverage. The coverage is on Facebook and on YouTube. So wherever you are throughout the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, a very blessed afternoon to you, a very pleasant afternoon to you. We very pleased to have you viewing the game here at Water Park as over number 11 comes to an end. It's 53 for 2. Wherever you are listening, a very pleasant afternoon to you. Whether you are in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua, St. Martin, wherever you are. Maybe in Anguilla, the British Virgin Islands, the US Virgin Islands, Grenada, wherever you are in the world, and whatever your time zone is. We say a very pleasant day, a very pleasant afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you are. in the world. And this one peels off the outside edge and it goes towards a very fine third man for a single. That takes DeAndre Drew onto 28 from 29 deliveries with 4 falls. It's 54 for 2. We are in over number 12. It's a very special good afternoon to my good friend and Joseph Reds Pereira. Loud shout for leg before, taking on the pad. But it seemed to be well outside leg stump, not on the stumps. Sean Harris has come into the attack for Antigua from the northern end, the northern or media center end. He's into his second over. Before this, his first over he conceded and he has started on a very good line and length. He's not as quick as Tong and the captain, Miller, but he's maintaining a very good line and length. Very good line and length. He has the number 67 inscribed on his shirt. A very economical approach to the crease. He doesn't have a fast run-up like Mikeli Tong or Matthew Miller. But he has hit a very good line and length here. He is into his second over, the final delivery, legal delivery coming up. Nice looking stroke by Bergen. Getting onto the front foot, opening the face of the bat and playing it down towards squarish third man for a single. That brings up the end of over number 12. At the end of it, DeAndre Drew, who has been batting well and looks pretty good, looks very solid, technically sound generally, and Bergen has joined him. Bergen is on 2. Of course, there is always room for improvement where batting is concerned. One can remember the West Indian greats. This one is hitting the air. Is anyone going to get under it? Is he going to get under it? No, he's unable to get under it. It goes high in the air towards straight mid-wicket, and the batsmen complete 2 runs. It was not a very good stroke there by Bergen. It was short, lifting, and rather than getting inside of his wicket and looking to pull backward of square or through forward square, he hit it high in the air towards straight mid-wicket. Away from a fielder, away from any fielder. And he was fortunate to pick up 2 runs. This one played out towards forward square or short, straight mid-wicket, moving to his left. And with those 2 runs, Bergen has moved on to 4, and the total 57 for 2. nicely played off the legs. Nicely played off the hips there by Bergan. A very good stroke towards long leg. The fielder on the fine leg boundary moving to his left to field, and Bergan picking up 2 runs quite comfortably to take him on to 6. And the total 59 for 2. And Mentor showing that he has the ability to generate pace as well from a very short run, shortish run. Bowling from the southern or Lozak Road end, right arm medium fast, and he's short, and this one is pulled through straight mid wicket for 4. A bad delivery by Mentor, badly lined, and a little bit too short. And there was Bergan getting onto the back foot and hitting it through straight mid wicket out towards the boundary for 4. The fielder at a wide mid-on, diving away. That's Zandon Hobson diving away to his right, but unable to make the save. And 4 runs to Bergan to take him on to 10. And there is Bergan again, driving through cover out towards the boundary for 4 more. A lovely stroke, pitched up by the young Mentor, and Bergan taking full toll, full advantage, and driving through extra cover for 4. That takes him on to 14, and the total advances by 4 into the 70s. Drew, in the meantime, has been a spectator. Bergan launching into young Mentor. Mentor has bowled 2 overs for 20 runs and economy rate of exactly 10. And one may see Miller pulling Mentor out of the attack. Next over, he may very well employ another bowler from the southern end. The Mentor does not seem to have it right. It may be good to give him a break and allow him to relax and concentrate and focus some more to come back on later. That is mere speculation. That is left to be seen. Sean Harris continues from the northern end, and he bowls to Drew. Drew is playing an on drive. Outside off stump. Drew getting onto the front foot, coming onto the front foot, and opening the face of the bat, steering it to third man for a single. Harris too wide. Much too wide outside off stump to force the batsman to play. You would want to bowl between wicket and wicket to attack the stumps and force the batsman to play, as he does now. Mikeli Tong has bowled 5 overs, 23 runs, no wicket. Matthew Miller 4 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs. He has picked up a wicket. Mentor has bowled 2 overs for 20 runs, very expensive. And the Antiguans would want to encourage Mentor. He looks a very promising young player. Sean Harris has just completed his 3rd over. 3 overs, no maiden, 9 runs, and he has picked up a wicket. So the 2 success stories for Antigua so far have been Matthew Miller, 1 for 15 from 4 overs with 1 maiden, and Sean Harris 1 for 9 from 3 overs, no maiden. But they continue to persist with Mentor from the southern end, and Mentor starts with a very good delivery. He seems to be a youngster with a strong heart. The other game being played today at the Connery Cricket Ground, Nevis versus St. Martin. Nicely played, nicely turned. Off the legs there by Drew for an easy single. Fielder coming off the backward square boundary to field. 1 more to Drew. He's on to 30. So Drew is into the 30s. Bergen back on strike to Mentor. Mentor, short lifting. Mentor is showing his mettle here. He's showing what he's made of. And umpire Tuckett is signaling to him it's 1 for the over. So, he has bowled 1 bouncer for the over. You bowl another bouncer, you'll be penalized. A very good delivery by Mentor. A loud appeal, a loud shout for leg before. But umpire Tuckett remains unmoved. It was a good delivery by Mentor. Very good delivery. Pitched maybe slightly outside leg stump. From our vantage point here, we are looking from a very fine, and he struck on the pad again, and seemingly on that occasion heading down leg side. The first one was a bit closer. It was a bit closer because the appeal was stifled by Mentor and the other Antiguan fielders. But Mentor has come back here on a good line. Good line, good length. He's a very impressive young cricketer. A very bright future ahead of him. He bowls a very good delivery. Bergen can do no more than defend. Back down the track to the bowler who feels of his own bowling. So a good comeback over here by Kerrick Mentor. He has really pulled back his economy rate. And you see his economy rate dropping to 7 from 10. He has now bowled 3 overs, no maiden, 21 runs, and no wicket, which means that he only conceded 1 run from that over. It was a very tight over indeed by young Mentor. At the end of it, it's 15 overs gone, 69 for 2. A lovely stroke out towards mid-wicket Is he going to get 4? No, it's well stopped. Well stopped on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Played away by Drew in the air. But again, safe. One bounce and the fielder on the deep square leg boundary. Moving to his left and fielding just inside the deep mid-wicket boundary. And shot outside off stump and played away towards backward of point. The fielder on the third man boundary coming in to field to his right. One more run. To Bergen. Bergen is on to 15. Drew has moved on to 31. He's back on strike. And it's 72 for 2. The batsmen gone so far for St. Kitts. Xavier Henry, he was the first to go. He was bowled by the Antiguan captain Matthew Miller for 2, where he played all over delivery and was comprehensively beaten and bowled. He scored 2 from 10 deliveries. He only lasted 5 minutes. And Sachin Saunders, the left-hander, the big left-hander, who looked pretty good for the most part. And that one is heaved over long leg for 6. A badly lined delivery outside the line of leg stump. And there was Drew, DeAndre Drew, coming onto the front foot and heaving it over long leg for a maximum. Once you bowl offline, once you bowl bad deliveries, Drew will punish you. He seems to be a no-nonsense batsman. And here he is immaculately in defense. Head over the ball, both eyes on the ball, and pushing out onto the offside. So that 6 took Drew to 37 at the end of 16 overs. LaShawn Bergen is on 15, partnering Drew, and the total has advanced to 77 for 2 at the end of 16 overs. The players break for a drinks break, and so far these two, Bergen and Drew, they have taken the total from 2 for Welcome back to Warner Park. We are about to see the resumption of play after the first drinks break. We have an update on the game at Connery. Nevis scored 227 of their 50 overs. St. Martin are currently 50 for 3. So at that stage, 50 for 3, requiring 228 for victory. St. Martin are behind, or they require another 178 runs. Lovely stroke. Through cover for 4. Tossed up, taken on the full and driven through cover for 4 by Bergen. The Antiguans have introduced spin from the southern end. Ozan Williams has been brought into the attack from the Lozak Road or southern end. And he was punished through the offside by Bergen for 4. Bad delivery. Stifle appeal from the last delivery. That's the 5th delivery of his first over. That one looked close. A loud appeal by the Antiguans once again. Bergen looking to sweep, playing across the line. Struck on the pad. Loud appeal by the Antiguans, but turned down by umpire Tuckett. That brings up the end of over number 17. Bergen pushing on to 19 from that last scoring stroke of 4 through extra cover, and drew on 37 with 4 fours and 1 6 from 39 deliveries. Bergen has faced 28 deliveries. Drew has been there for 62 minutes, and Bergen for 25 minutes. We remind our viewers that there will be a break tomorrow, Friday, Good Friday. There will not be any game tomorrow. On Saturday, the competition will resume with team number 4 playing team number 1. So the team that finishes at the top of the table would play the team that finishes at the bottom of the table. So number 1 will play number 4, and number 2 will play number 3. So the 2 winners will then clash in the finals on Sunday. And the two losers are likely to play for third and fourth positions in the tournament. There are 4 teams in the tournament: Antigua, Nevis, St. Kitts, and St. Martin. So unfortunately, we do not have Montserrat, Anguilla, we do not have the U.S. Virgin Islands, we do not have the British Virgin Islands in the tournament this time around. There could have been at least 8 teams in the tournament: Anguilla, Montserrat, the U.S. and British Virgin Islands. A single to Drew out towards deep cover. The sweeper on the boundary comes off the boundary and fields. One more run to Drew. He's on to 38. It would have been very interesting to see what the tournament would have been like. Short delivery, he's back and steers it to third man for a single. A good stroke by Bergen. It was short, it was quick, but he was equal to it. Back and across, and guided it towards the right of third man for a single. It would have been very interesting to see what the tournament would have been like had Anguilla, Montserrat, the British and U.S. Virgin Islands as separate teams in the tournament. Flicked away to fine leg into the boundary for 4. So there was Miller straying on the pads of Drew, and Drew playing the old-fashioned traditional leg glance, just glancing off the pads towards fine leg for 4. Nice looking stroke that takes him into the 40s. He's on to 42, and the total 88 for 2. And the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, they would want to make an effort to encourage Anguilla, Montserrat, and the Virgin Islands, the British and U.S. Virgin Islands as separate entities, to participate in these tournaments, which will widen the pool of players from which the Leeward Islands can choose their teams, whether it's under 13, under 15, under 17, under 19, or even under 21. It will be a wide signal by umpire Tuckett that takes the total into the 90s, 90 for 2 in the 19th over. So the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, the main administrator of cricket in the Leeward Islands, they would want to do their utmost to encourage all the islands, all the entities throughout the Leewards to take part in every competition that the Leeward that's administered by the Leewards Board. A very wide delivery there. By Williams. Williams is very wide outside off stump and signaled wide. That takes the total on to 91. An easy single to short third man by Bergen. An easy single to Drew. That takes him on to 43. getting onto the front foot and steering it to short, third man for a single. There is Bergen looking to drive through the onside, not getting the timing that he was looking for, or the timing that he would have liked. He only succeeded in finding, and this one is played away, swung away to fine leg for 4. Badly lined delivery outside the line of leg stump, and Bergen helped himself, has got into his wicket and swung it through fine leg for 4. An easy scoring stroke for Bergen. That takes him on to 25, and the total 96 for 2 at the end of 19 overs. Drew closing in on a half century. He's 43, in the early 40s. He has been batting well, and if he is to keep his cool, keep his composure, maintain his calm, and play positively, he has batted well enough for a half century. He would want to stay there as long as possible to anchor the Kittitian innings and see them as close as possible. You see a lovely looking extra cover drive by Drew, pitched up, and Drew into the drive all along the carpet, all along the floor, and a dive by the fielder at short extra cover. A futile dive, unable to stop it. Fielder sweeping on the cover boundary, moved to his right to field, and one more to Drew. This one played off the legs. The fielder on the deep backward square boundary, moving to his right to field, and one more to Bergen, is on to 26. Drew is 44. He's on the deep backward square boundary. Full toss and driven through extra cover for 4. Big full toss served up by Miller, and Miller is very annoyed, he's very angry, but I think he can only be angry and annoyed and upset with himself, because you cannot set field for bad bowling. If you are to serve up big juicy full tosses, good batsmen are going to put them away, and that's just what happened. It was straight on the bat, he did not hit the pitch, he did not touch the pitch at all, it was from hand to bat. And Drew said thank you very much and just caressed it through extra cover for 4. And here we see him probably still upset, wide outside the line of leg stump. Drew has progressed to 48, and with another sundry going into the extras column, it's 103 for 2. And one would want to see the Leeward Islands board have discussions with the non-participating teams and try to find out what their issues are, and whatever the Leeward Islands board can do, probably in conjunction with the West Indies Cricket Board, or Cricket West Indies Incorporated, to give them the correct name, CWI Inc., and try to get the Anguillans, to get the Montserratians in. Both Anguilla and Montserrat have produced test players. Omari Banks out of Anguilla. The off spinner who played for the West Indies. Banks was very much involved in that world record chase by the West Indies. And demonstrations have also provided the West Indies with a medium fast bowler. Wide delivery again by, and this one is played away out towards deep cover. The sweeper on the boundary comes off the boundary, and one more to Drew. He's on to 49. The total is 105 for 2 at the end of 20 overs. The current run rate 5.25, the required run rate 4.07. The last 5 overs yielded 36 runs without the loss of a wicket. 36 runs have come off the last 5 overs. Very wide delivery by the right arm spinner. Javed Edwards. Literally giving away sundries, giving away extra runs to the Kittians. A much better lined delivery. A very pleasant cover drive. Brings up the half century for DeAndre Drew. He lifts the bat. He acknowledges the applause from the small crowd here at Warner Park. And he is congratulated rather appropriately by his partner, LaShawn Bergen. So Drew moves to 50. And the condition total 107 for 2. Drew's 50 coming off 53 deliveries with 6 fours and 1 6. A very good knock by DeAndre Drew. He has looked quite good. He opened the DeAndre Drew replaced Xavier Henry. So Xavier Henry and Sachin Saunders opened the innings for St. Kitts, and DeAndre Drew, he came in at number 3. Tickled fine, and that should run away into the fine leg boundary for 4. So there was the right arm spinner Ozen Williams straying outside the line of leg stump, and Bergen sweeping and getting a fine tickle towards fine leg into the boundary for 4. That takes Bergen to 30, and the total 111 for 2. Looking at the equation now, St. Kitts under 19, they require a further 115 runs from 174 deliveries. So they have more than enough deliveries to get the 115 runs required. We are into over number 22, with over number 21 just having been completed. It's 112 for 2 St. Kitts. So we remind our viewers, wherever you may be, that you are viewing / listening to Leeward Islands under 19 cricket, men's cricket, being played at Warner Park in St. Kitts. It's Antigua versus St. Kitts. Antigua batted first and scored 226. There we see Bergen laying back and cutting through square cover for 1. The Antiguans scored 226 of their 50 overs, and St. Kitts needs 227 for victory. They are 113 for 2. Mentor has been misfield again, allows or provides the opportunity for another run. What should have been no run has turned out to be a single. Bad bit of fielding. And there is another square cut, square of the wicket on the offside through square cover, or what one can describe as cover point, forward of square on the offside, just to the right of point, and there is Bergen getting back to it and steering it down to third man for a single. That takes Bergen on to .52. No, it's Drew. Drew on 52, and Bergen is now getting his 34th run. So Bergen moves on now by 1 to 34. Drew comes back on strike. He's on 52 from 55 deliveries, 6 fours and 1 6. Bergen is 34 from 41 deliveries with 5 fours. And here we see another stroke through cover this time. Sweeper on the boundary, moving to his right to field. And 1 more to Bergen to take him on to 53. The total at the end of the 22nd over, 118 for 2. It would be really nice to see all the teams participating in these tournaments. It would be good to have under 13, under 15, under 17, under 19. All levels coming right through. Of course, it would take some planning, it would take some organization, and of course, the Leeward Islands board would need sponsors. Cricket has evolved over the years, and it's now big business all over the world. Here we see a nice looking sweep by Bergen. It wasn't fielded cleanly by Tanez. That's Sean Harris Jr. with 67. Tanez is the wicket keeper. You see a nice looking, pleasant looking extra cover drive by Bergen for one more. And that takes him on to 54. Total 119 for 2. And is he going to be caught? No, it's going to drop in no man's land. A delivery pitched outside the line of leg stump. Drew was looking to turn it. And he got the top edge. It ballooned in the air, but no one was near to take the catch. And Zandon Hobson has been brought into the attack from the southern end. The balls are wide outside the line of leg stump. It's 120 for 2 now. We are in the 23rd over. So a lot can be done throughout the leewards and the windwards to develop the game, and it would be so nice to see the game. This one is wide outside leg stump. The batsmen should complete at least 2, but poor running by the Kittians. They should have gotten at least 2 plus the wide, which would have given them 3. They only got 1 plus the wide. Instead of getting 3, they got 2. The total has advanced to 122 for 2. It will be very nice indeed to see more being done in the small islands, the leewards and the windwards, to develop the game of cricket. The game that we have all born and met and grown to love so much. Over number 23 comes to an end. It's 122 for 2. With DeAndre Drew on 54 from 60 deliveries with 6 fours and 1 6. And LaShawn Bergen with him on 34, 43 balls, 5 fours. And the partnership between these two has grown. The last wicket fell with a total on 45. And that was the wicket of Sachin Saunders in over number 10. We are now in over number 24, and they have so far batted for 14 overs together, and they have taken the score from 45 for 2 to 123 for 2. So that one is played away. It goes very close to the boundary, and a good diving save by the fielder. The umpire is asking him, and he has indicated that it did not touch the rope. It did not touch the rope. And 4 has not been signaled. It's Harris from the northern end. So looking at the partnership that has developed so far between DeAndre Drew and LaShawn Bergen, another wide being signaled. The partnership has increased by 1. So they have added some 79 runs. 79 runs for the third wicket so far. That's Drew and Bergen. And another single to third man would make it 80 runs. 81 partnership between these two. Very good partnership indeed. And they do not seem to be in any trouble. They're not being troubled at all by the Antiguan batsmen, the Antiguan bowlers. Another easy single to Drew, down to third man, takes him on to 55. Bergen on 37. Very good Yorker. Very, very good Yorker by a mentor who has been switched from the southern end to the northern end. Well pitched up in the block hole and forcing Bergen to come down hard on it. Delivery lined with middle and leg stump and played out towards forward square where it's well fielded and there is no run. Over number 24 has been completed. Drew on 55. And Bergen on 37, 128 for 2. St. Kitts in search of 227 for victory. At this stage, the Kittitians need a further 99 runs of 156 deliveries. And this one is swung away back of the square into the boundary for 4. That one is swung away into the long leg boundary to be exact for 4. Badly lined. And there was the batsman Drew getting on one knee and swinging it into the long leg boundary for 4. That took the total onto 132, with Drew going on to 59. He looks to repeat the stroke and he is bowled. There he was looking to repeat the stroke and he has been bowled. So that one was a little too close to the middle and leg stump. He was able to execute the stroke earlier on in the over when it was a bit slightly outside leg stump or on about leg stump, but on that occasion it was lined with middle and leg and he missed and has been bowled. So Drew goes for a well played 59 of 64 balls with 7 fours and 1 6. The Kittitians have lost their third wicket with the total on 132. Drew has been bowled by Xander and Hobson. So Hobson making a very important breakthrough here for Antigua. A very good partnership has ended. The partnership has been broken. Very good partnership between Drew and Bergen. And the Prime Minister of St. Kitts is Dr. Terence Drew. And normally when you hear one carrying the same surname, there may very well be some family ties. There may very well be some family connection, even though it may be some pumpkin vine, as we say in Grenada. Pumpkin vine relationship. Nonetheless, it's a very good knock by the entree, Drew. They took the score from 45 for 2 to 132. 132 for 3. And if we do the math here, we will see that the partnership was 87. So they put on a very good 87-run partnership for the third wicket. DeAndre Drew and Lawson Bergen. The batsman who has replaced Drew is the Kittian wicketkeeper batsman, Iret Richards. And of course, Mr. Richards is the best person to tell us the correct pronunciation of his name, as we see that one played towards fine leg, and the batsman completed two runs. So Richards is off the mark, and it's the end of 25 overs. We are at the halfway stage, and the total is 135 for 3. So St. Kitts are well on course. They're well on course at 135 for 3 in the 25th over. We are at the halfway stage where they now need 92 from 150 deliveries. They need 92 runs from 150 balls. So balls are well ahead of runs. And if these two, Bergen and Richards, can stay there and steady the ship for St. Kitts, they should be able to take St. Kitts very close to the 226 required. A very bad ball and put away for 4. A very bad ball on line with middle and leg stump, and Bergen said thank you very much, and he struck that loose delivery through mid-wicket for 4. That takes him on to 41. He's now asking for a replacement bat. So seemingly he has done some damage to his tool out in the middle. He's actually saying bring any bat that is good, any bat that can work. Here he is laying back and chopping down towards third man for a single. That takes him on to 43, and the total 140 for 3. I was speaking about the spelling of the wicketkeeper, the Kittian wicketkeeper. The spelling is E-I-R-E-T-T-E. I guess you can get at least 2 pronunciations there. But like it said, it's always best to get the correct pronunciation from the owner of the name. Some would pronounce it Iret, some would pronounce it Eret. 2 letters in front the R. Or even Eret. English, such a funny language. Lovely language, but very funny. I have been told that English was probably one of the latest languages that was developed in history, in human history. But nowadays, almost everyone, everywhere, wants to learn to speak English. People in different parts of the world, the Chinese, the Japanese, and many of the Asian countries, as he's very, very wide outside the line of the off-stump. So wide that the keeper didn't even have a chance to get close to it. Wide is signaled now by the umpire, and the batsman went through for an extra. So that would add 2 to the Kittian total, take it to 142. 142 for 3, and over number 26. We have seen the evolution of cricket around the world, throughout the Caribbean. The West Indies women have come on very nicely. Of course, there is still room for plenty of improvement with the women, the Australians, the British women, the Indians, at the height of their games. Yeah. Three of the leading female teams. And we have normally men coaching the females. As we also have in gymnastics. Have a lot of men coaches in coaching female gymnasts, and that has created some issues. It has created some controversies, as you've seen stories and documentaries coming out on male coaches in sports. I think whatever sport you are into, whether you're a female cricket coach, a female gymnastics coach, a male basketball coach of a female team, it boils right down to professionalism and discipline. Sports is big business all around the world, and I think coaches should always look to protect their names. I think a good name is a lot better than there are some people who would want to be famous for various reasons. But I don't think that if you practice unprofessionalism as a male coach in a female sport, that is going to earn you a good reputation or a good name. We have seen a number of documentaries and videos coming out over the years, male coaches crossing the lines and crossing the bounds and not maintaining their professionalism, which is rather unfortunate. And it is not something that sounds nice in the Caribbean. It doesn't sound good in the ears of Caribbean sports followers, knowing that we are out here supporting and backing our female players, not knowing the challenges and traumas that they may have to face while out there. That is not something that we need in our cricket. So CWI Incorporated should do everything possible to stamp out that kind of conduct and that kind of behavior in West Indies female cricket. The Antiguans have introduced a new bowler from the northern end, 144 for 3. It's played away towards short backward square. Tanez Francis, the number 37 on his shirt, has removed the pads, it appears, and he is bowling some off spin. He's bowling his first over. He was bowling with his cap. And when he almost delivered, he realized that the cap was still on. He stopped and handed his cap to umpire Thelma Gums, who signaled dead ball. Francis goes in and bowls a good delivery, lined with Midland leg, and pushed back up the track on the offside. Another very good delivery by Francis, well pitched up in the block hole. And a dot ball goes into the scorer's books. A delivery that is touched down all about middle and off and cutting back into the right-handed. Back into the right-hander who played it through mid-on for a single. That takes Richards on to 3 and Bergen on 45. At the end of over number 28. Looking at the equation at this stage, the Kittians, they need a further 81 runs from 132 deliveries. So if St. Kitts were to go on to win this game, it means that St. Kitts will play St. Martin and Antigua will play Nevis in the semifinals. So the two teams that win their games in the semifinals will clash in the finals on Sunday. And those semifinals will be played on Saturday. There will be no game tomorrow. It means that St. Kitts will play St. Martin here at Warner Park, and Antigua will play Nevis at the Connery Cricket Ground, which is what is most likely to occur, it's most likely to happen. And it means that should St. Kitts and Antigua come out victorious, they would meet in the finals. And St. Martin and Nevis, if they are losers, we have to say if. Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, and it is not impossible for upsets to occur. St. Martin can come out and play the A game and defeat Nevis or defeat St. Kitts, sorry. So that brings up the end of over number 29. And at the end of it, it's 147 for 3 with Bergen not out on 45 from 63 deliveries with some 6 fours. And the wicketkeeper Ewett Williams on 4. And it will be so nice, so good to see similar tournaments being played. This one is steered away towards third man and it's running into the third man boundary for 4. Outside the line of the off stump from Francis, and there was Bergen laying back and opening the face of the bat and steering it through a vacant third man position for 4. And that takes the Kittitian total now into the 150s. The 150 has come up. It's 151 for 3 in over number 30. There we see a lovely looking on drive, and the fielder at wide long on, moving to his left, getting there, diving, getting his body in the way, but unable to prevent it from crossing the rope. It was well struck by Richards, tossed up by Tanis Francis, and Richards into the on drive and driving it out towards long on for a superb 4. And that takes him on to 12, and the total 155 for 3. And here we see Richards heaving over long on onto the players' pavilion for 6. A big 6 by Richards. Richards seems to be in a no-nonsense mood. There was Tannis Francis tossing up on about middle and leg stump, and Richards getting down and getting under it and lifting it hard and high over wide long on into over the boundary for 6. And here he is driving out towards extra cover for what would be 2 runs. So 2 comfortable runs taken in the end by Richards. Richards has increased the momentum here. He has upped the tempo, and quickly he has gone on to 20, and the Kittians 163 for 3. So a very productive over there for St. Kitts. Over by Tannis Francis, and over cost him. He has bowled 2 overs for 18 runs, an economy rate of 19. We had 6, 2, 8, at least 10 runs coming off that last over by Francis. I was saying it would be so good to see the Windward Islands Cricket Board introduce under 13, under 15, under 17, and under 19 cricket as well. The Windward Islands did not do too well in this year's West Indies men's senior tournament. They finished almost at the bottom of the table. And over the years, the Windward Islands have always been a strong competitor in the Windward Island in the West Indies 4-day championships, West Indies 4-day competition. But they were well below par this year, well below par, with teams like the CCC, the combined colleges and campuses, and West Indies A team doing better than the Windward Islands in the tournament. And that is cause for concern in the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands Cricket Board would want to go back to the drawing board and address the issues that they're having in Windward Islands cricket. So they need to get back to the grassroots level, as we see over number 31 coming to an end. 164 for 3. St. Kitts chasing 227 for victory. Bergen on 46, closing in on a half century. 4 away. And Richards lending good support on 20 with 2 4s and a 6 so far. Very healthy strike rate of 111.11, all the ones. Francis, known for his wicket keeping, is trying his hand at bowling. It's played away towards forward square cover on the offside. Another single to Bergen. He's on 47 now. And the total 165 for 3. The Windward Islands board, they would want to go back to the drawing board and reevaluate their youth programs, youth tournament, wide delivery outside the line of leg stump, signal wide, the batsmen complete an extra. That would take the total up by 2 to 167 for 3. The various boards, Windward Islands board, Leeward Islands board, the individual boards of the various territories, individual territories, all have to play their part in the development of cricket throughout the islands. Each and every territorial board board or association of each country, and he is bowled. Bowled through the gate. Very good delivery there by Francis, pitching on about middle and leg and turning sharply back in. And there was Bergan looking for the drive. He played all over it and beaten comprehensively, the ball going through the gate and knocking back the leg stump. So Bergan goes. .167 for 4 now, St. Kitts. Bergan bowled by Tanner's Francis for 47. So he missed out on his half century by 3 runs. He faced 72 deliveries, he struck 6 fours, and he had a strike rate of 65.28, his strike rate. 80 minutes of batting. He batted for 80 minutes. Ewet Richards, wicketkeeper batsman of St. Kitts, he will be joined by Kunal Tilokani. Tilokani may very well be of Guyanese origin, but very much a part of St. Kitts cricket as a youth, probably born in St. Kitts, probably, I'm not sure. And he has shown his worth with the ball, a very good off spinner, and pretty good batsman as well. He looks a good all-rounder in the making. So over number 32 comes to an end. It's 167 for 4. And we remind our listeners that you are viewing, wherever you are viewing, or you are listening, wherever you are, to Leeward Islands Men's Under-19 50 over tournament. So it's a Super 50 tournament. Antigua versus St. Kitts here at Warner Park in Basseterre, St. Kitts. And our coverage is on Facebook as well as YouTube. We had another game at the Connery Cricket Ground where Nevis played St. Martin, and Nevis seemed to be in control of that one. They scored 227, and St. Martin, when we last heard, were 50 for 3. That's quite a while ago. Boundary for 4, a full toss, and Richard said thank you very much and just swung it away into the long leg boundary for 4. Very bad ball. A gift by Javid. Very bad ball indeed. By Zanden Hobson, bowling right arm off spin from the far end. He did not get his line right at all, very much off. So Richards on to 25, and Kunal Tilokani is yet to score. He replaced Bergan, who was bowled by Tanners all over the place, comprehensively beaten and bowled, playing all over it. A good off cutter. coming back in with the arm and drifting in. And Bergen did not read it at all. He played all over it. Nice looking stroke there by Richards. One more to him. He's on to 26, the total 173 for 4 in over number 34. Francis continues from the media center end. The Kittians need another 54 runs from 100 deliveries, and there we see Antigua making another breakthrough. Richards not Richards, it's Tilokani. Tilokani was laying back and looking to play through the offside. A very thin edge found, and the catch completed by the wicketkeeper. Tilokani makes his way off the field rather dejectedly. So the wicketkeeper is actually Kerik Mentor. So Francis gave way to Mentor. Mentor has taken up the gloves, and he pulled off a very good catch behind the stumps to get rid of Tilokani. Tilokani caught by Mentor of the bowling of Francis. Tanez Francis. So Tanez Francis gave way to Mentor, and Mentor and Francis combined to get rid of Tilokani. Of the third delivery of over number 34, the total is 173 for 5. The Kittitians would want to be careful here, because even though they are close, we all know that cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. Balls are not a concern here for the Kittitians. There are 99 deliveries to be bowled. Reduced now by 1 to 98 and 54 runs to get. And you are hearing the very loud horns of the cruise ships that are about to depart Port Bastille. You're hearing the loud horns of one of the cruise ships that's about to depart Bastille. We have had at least 2 of them in today. And as we close in on 4:30 p.m. in Bastille St. Kitts, the cruise ship is sounding the alarm, sounding the horn. They're sounding the horns and letting the passengers know that they are about to leave port. So wherever they are, they should find themselves on board. Otherwise, they may very well be left back here in St. Kitts, probably to find a way otherwise. So over number 34 comes to an end. At the end of it, it's 173 for 5. St. Kitts chasing 227 for 7, scored by Antigua of 50 overs. The current run rate is 5.09. The required run rate is 3.38. So that's not too challenging by any means, under 4 runs per over. And the Kittitians should get at least 1 here. And that would increase the total by 2. No, it's a bye, so they got 1. Had it been a wide, it would have been 2. They got 1. We are in over number 35. It's 174 for 5. And the left-handed left-handed Javid Elijah Lewis. The left-handed Elijah Lewis has come in to join Richards. Richards on 26. 3 fours, 1 6, 26 deliveries. So he's scoring at a runner ball. It would be very nice, very good to see cricket developed and see cricket advanced. And there we see Lewis backing away and looking to spank that through the offside, a little bit too close to the off stump. You'd have been better advised to play that stroke at the delivery that was more outside off stump. And there he is laying back and playing it to the left of umpire Thelma Gums and the fielder at short extra cover, who is the Antiguan captain himself, Matthew Miller, who has now gone to backward square on the onside, just to the right of umpire Gums. And that brings up the end of another over. At the end of 35 overs, it's 175 for 5. It means that the Kittians need, at this stage, a further 52 runs from 90 deliveries. So the question of balls is not an issue. They have more than enough balls. They are taking a drinks break, which may very well be the final drinks break of this game. They need 52 more runs. It's 175 for 5. So the difference here between balls and runs is a good 38. We have a difference of 38, 52 from 90. It'll give you so balls not an issue here really. Looking at the scorecard so far for St. Kitts. Look at the Kittitian scorecard in the meantime. Xavier Henry, he was bowled by Matthew Miller, the Antiguan captain, for 2. Sachin Saunders has caught Tayari Tong of Sean Harris Jr. Sean Harris Jr. for 16. We are back here at Warner Park for the resumption of play after the drinks break. St. Kitts has moved on to 176 for 5 in over number 36. Over number 36 comes to an end, bowled by Francis from the northern end. At the end of it, Elijah Lewis is not out on 2. And Ewart Richards is not out on 26. A very good bit of fielding there by Sean Harris. Moving to his left. And complimented by his teammates. Played out towards deep cover by Lewis for a single. The score at the end of 37 overs, 179 for 5. Richards on 27 from 32 deliveries with 3 fours and a 6. Lewis is on 4. One of the cruise ships has already left, and the other one is blowing away. Francis has come on with his gentle off spin. He's into his 6th over. Tanez Francis, the original wicket keeper. And he has bowled 5.4 overs, 23 runs, and he has been the most successful bowler for Antigua so far, picking up 2 wickets. So he has picked up 2 for 23 as he ends with a dot ball. Dot ball, final delivery of his 6th over. There's been a very decent bowling spell here by the Antiguan original wicketkeeper Tanez Francis. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 23 runs, 2 wickets, 27 dot balls, 2 fours, 1 6, 1 wide. The other successful bowlers for Antigua so far are Matthew Miller, the captain, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 30 runs, 1 wicket. Is the catch going to be taken? It fell into his hands and popped out. So a bad miss there by the Antiguan fielder. He had to run back. And turn. So he was a bit unsighted. But the sun was not in his eyes because we do not have the brilliance of the sunshine here at this point. The sun has left us momentarily. It's coming back now. And he got both hands to it. He had a chance. He had a good chance of holding that catch. And apparently did not position the hands properly in the right place and did not cup the hands properly and position them in the right place. So it popped right out, fell in and out. So that was a life there, a life to Richards. And Richards is now on to 29. Lewis is on 4. Richards 29 from 37 deliveries with 3 fours and 1 6. And there we see him driving out towards cover. A bit of a fumble, a bit of a bubble, but the Kiddishan batsmen were not able to capitalize on that fumble. And Richards advances by 1 to 30, and the total 182 for 5 at the end of 39 overs. So there are 11 more overs to be bowled. That gives us 66 deliveries, 66 legal deliveries, and 45 runs. The difference here is 21. Francis continues from the northern or media center end. And he is into a fine spell. He has really come on and shown the Antiguan frontline bowlers how it should be done. He has not experimented. He has not tried anything out of the ordinary, just maintaining a good line and length, bowling between wicket and wicket, and challenging the stumps of the Kittitian batsmen, forcing them to play for the most part, forcing them to defend. But on this occasion, it's hit hard and high over mid-wicket by Richards for 6. Richards saying, I have had enough, and he picked it up and heaved it, lofted it hard and high over mid-wicket for 6. That takes Richards to 36, and the total 188 for 5. And there is Richards again, driving out towards long on for a single. That would take him on to 37 with 2 sixes, 3 fours, 44 deliveries, 189 for 5 at the end of 40 overs. The Kittitians are scoring at 4.72 runs per over, and the required run rate is 3.8. They have 60 deliveries. That's 10 overs in which to get 38 runs. They have 5 wickets in hand. So they have 50% of their wickets in hand. And they are very much on course for a victory here, with Richards batting as well as he is. And should he be supported by Lewis, St. Kitts should get home pretty easily. But the Antiguans have not given up as yet. They're very upbeat still, quite animated, taking on the palm. It's running out towards the third man. And they are looking to turn for a third run. Well, a good bit of fielding on the boundary. A very good bit of fielding on the boundary by the Antiguan fielder, who is a third man and well supported by his teammate. Delicate looking stroke there by Richards towards backward point, well fielded by Matthew Miller. Another easy single to Richards. Through forward square. Richards is now into the 40s. He's an even 40, exactly 40. At the end of over number 41, it's 192 for 5 with Lewis on 4. And St. Kitts now need 35 runs from 54 deliveries. So they have more than enough deliveries in hand to get these 35 runs. We're looking at the batsmen who have been dismissed for St. Kitts so far, the 5 batsmen. And there is Richards looking for a big, expansive drive, and he has been beaten and bowled by Francis. So Francis is proving to be the mystery spinner, the mystery bowler here for Antigua. Richards thought he had a big six there. It was tossed up on about off and middle, middle and off. Richards looking for the explosive drive and looking to loft hard and high over long off. He missed and Francis hit. So he missed and Francis struck. He has been bowled by Francis for an even 40 and the total has slipped to 192 for 6. The Kittians, they need about 35 runs with 52 balls left. They have 4 wickets in hand. The figures of Tanner Francis would make very interesting reading now. He has picked up some 3 wickets from 7.2 overs, 7 overs and 2 balls, 1 maiden, 30 runs, 3 wickets with some 33 dot balls. Tayari Tong, he has bowled 1 over, no maiden, 8 runs. Zanden Hobson is the only bowler for Antigua so far who has bowled his full allotment of 10. 10 overs, no maiden, 29 runs, 1 wicket. Ozan Williams, 3 overs, no maiden, 20 runs, no wicket. Carrick Mentor, who is now doing the wicket-keeping duties, he has bowled 5 overs, no maiden, 33 runs, no wicket. Sean Harris Jr., 4 overs for 17 runs, he has picked up 1 wicket. Miller, 6 overs for 30 runs, 1 wicket, 1 maiden. Michaeli Tong, 5 overs for 23 runs, no wicket, no maiden. Over number 42 comes to an end. It's 192 for 6 in kits. They're in search of 227, mind you. They're looking for 227. And they would want to be very careful here. They would want to be very cautious here. As we have said time and again in the past, covering this glorious game of cricket. It's a glorious game of great uncertainties. "35 runs from 45 balls, so we're looking at a difference of 13. That's the ratio there in balls to runs. Difference is 13. St. Kitts with the advantage, but the Antiguans, they have not given up yet. They have brought back. Miller has reintroduced himself into the attack from the far end. Miller has come back into the attack from the Lozak or southern end, Lozak Road end, and that's the seaside end with the Bastaire police station. Lovely looking cover drive here by the left-handed Lewis, and he picks up 1 run, pitched up by Miller, and Lewis into the cover drive, driving smoothly out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. So again, we remind you that you are viewing, listening to Leeward Islands Under-19 men's cricket being played here at Warner Park in Bastaire, St. Kitts. A very exciting game between Antigua and St. Kitts, the host. host country St. Kitts. They are steering victory close at hand. Antigua has not given up. And there we see Lewis taking some exploratory steps out of his crease and exploring the possibility of a run. Sent back. Sent back by Jaheim Clark. So Jaheim Clark has replaced Richards. Richards batted well for his 40, a very aggressive 40, 52 deliveries, but gave it away in the end. A very good delivery by Miller to finish the over. Well pitched up Yorker. And Jaheim Clark could do no more than get down hard on it and literally dug it out of his stumps. Over number 43 comes to an end. We have 7 more overs left in the innings. That leaves us with 42 deliveries. Oh, it's 42 deliveries left, 34 runs. The equation is still very much in favor of St. Kitts in terms of the ratio here. We're talking about the difference of 8 and a wide ball by Francis, a little too wide outside the line of the leg stump of the left-handed Lewis, and they are exploring the possibility of a run there, but Elijah Lewis is saying to Clark, stay your ground. He backs himself and believes that he has the ability to get the required runs. They go through for a very quick single. A good bit of fielding by Hosea Roberts at short mid-wicket. Francis right arm off spin, a very good delivery. This young man has taken off the gloves and has really created a tremendous impression here. And he's caught! He's caught by Hosea Roberts. There was Jaheim Clark coming forward and chipping that one to Hosea Roberts, who held on to the catch. A very good catch at short mid-wicket. The Kittitians lose another wicket. Drama unfolding here at Warner Park. 195 for 6 in the 4th over. St. Kitts still need another 32 runs and 39 balls left. So the equation is getting closer and closer, with the ratio also closing. We're talking here about a difference of 6. So there are 6 more balls than runs to get, 38 balls and 32 balls. So the equation is closing, it's getting closer and closer. It's very much like a chess game or a game of drafts. So we are going to see which team will hold its nerve which team will hold the nerves. 7 wickets have fallen now for St. Kitts, and Tanner Francis has proven to be the mystery spinner, the mystery bowler for Antigua. And looking at the figures of Francis has bowled, he's into his 9th over. He has just completed his 9th over. He has bowled 9 overs, 2 maidens, 33 runs, 4 wickets, some 41 dot balls. So he has really placed a stranglehold on the conditions, stranglehold on the runs, he dried up the runs, and picked up some very important wickets in the process. The Kittians would want to be very, very careful here. Miller has 3 overs left. Tong has 5. As to whether they will get to bowl those, it may not be possible. With only 6 overs left. Miller bowls wide, 2 wide, outside the line of leg stump, and signaled wide by umpire Tuckett. The total now 198 for 7. So we are witnessing a very exciting finish here at Warner Park with 30 runs to get from 36 deliveries. Good delivery by Miller. Well pitched up on line with middle and off stump and pushed back down the track on the offside. The bowler himself feels. No addition to the total, which remains 197 for 7 in over number 45, being bowled by the Antiguan captain himself, Matthew Miller. The current run rate is 4.44. The required run rate is 5.29, so the required run rate has increased. And in the last 5 overs, St. Kitts has lost 2 wickets for the addition of 15 runs. This is turning out to be a very good stroke here, out towards extra cover for 4, and that would certainly boost the confidence of the Kittitians. That stroke bringing up the 200 for St. Kitts, 201 for 7. Elijah driving through the offside, through extra cover for 4. That's Javid Edwards driving through extra cover for 4 to take his total on to 5. There we see a good diving save by Roberts at short extra cover. So Miller overpitched on the stumps of Edwards, and Edwards, the right-hander, into the drive. Lovely looking drive through extra cover for 4. The last scoring stroke. And it's a single, a good quick single taken by the Kittitians. Edwards, realizing that the run was on, calling Lewis through. Lewis was a little bit slow off the mark, a little bit hesitant, and a bit slow to get off the mark, but he was called through by Edwards for the single. That takes Edwards on to 6, and the total advances to 202. A nice looking stroke there by Lewis through cover, and that would take Lewis on to 7. The total 203 for 7 at the conclusion of over number 45. A good exciting cricket here at Warner Park as we come to the close, as we approach the closing stages of this game, Antigua versus St. Kitts in the Leeward Islands under 19 men's cricket tournament being played at Warner Park. We remind you that there will be a break tomorrow. There will not be any game tomorrow. The tournament will resume on Saturday with team number 1 playing team number 4. There are 4 teams in the competition: Antigua, Nevis, St. Martin, and St. Kitts. So should St. Kitts win here now, they will play St. Martin on Saturday in one of the semifinals, and Nevis and Antigua will clash in the other semifinals. The 2 winners will meet in the finals on Sunday, and it is left to be seen if there will be a 3rd and 4th place playoff between the 2 losers. Another single to St. Kitts down towards long off. A single to Elijah Lewis. It's 204 for 7. Edwards is back on strike. Another single to mid-on. And I guess both Edwards and Lewis are aware that they can win this game by playing sensible cricket, good, astute, shrewd, intelligent cricket. Nothing rash. Just pick the gaps. They have more balls than runs. And they can win this game quite easily by just picking the gaps and picking up the 1s and the 2s, picking up the singles. It's 205 for 7. They need 22 runs from 26 balls. So the equation has closed considerably. The ratio now is only 3, in that you subtract 22 runs from 25 balls and you have 3. And there is Lewis looking for a big slash outside the off stump. He missed, and it was collected cleanly behind by the substitute wicketkeeper, the young Mentor, Kerik Mentor. It's not Kenrick, it's Kerik, K-E-R-I-Q-U-E. Kerik Mentor. Another single to St. Kitts. Very interesting name, Kerik Mentor, K-E-R-I-Q-U-E, Mentor, M-E-N-T-O-R-E. The end of over number 46, 207 for 7. The Kittitians need 20 runs from 4 overs. So they need 20 runs from 24 balls. The equation a bit close, a ratio of 4, difference of 4 between balls and runs. The current run rate is 4.5. The required run rate is exactly 5. In the last 5 overs, they have scored 15 runs and lost 2 wickets. The captain himself, Miller, is it Miller, or are we going to see Michaeli Tong being brought back into the attack from the southern or Lozak Road end? He will be bowling to the left-handed Elijah Lewis, and he's bowling right arm fast over the wicket, and he beats Lewis outside the line of the off stump with a very good delivery. There is the captain himself, Matthew Miller, continuing the attack from the far end. Miller still has a few overs inside. He is into his 9th over. He has one more over left after this one. Tong still has a maximum of 5. A slower delivery. Very smart, slower delivery there by Miller. Looking to induce a false stroke from Lewis. Lewis read it well. He was equal to it and pushed it out onto the offside. This one peels off the outside edge and it goes towards third man who comes off the boundary and fields. One more to Lewis. It's 208. They need 19 more. We are into over number 47. And this one is hammered out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. It comes off the boundary and fields. One more run to Edwards. It's 209 for 7. Another slow delivery, and the single is now had. What should have been no run has turned out to be a single as a result of a misfield by the fielder moving to his right at short extra cover for the left-hander. He's now at short and straight mid-wicket for the right-hander. The Antiguans are very meticulous about their field placements now. The captain, Miller, calling the player, Tayari Tong, off the boundary, asking him to come in. That ends over number 47, 210 for 7. The conditions need another 18 runs. Another 17 runs, correction. They have to get 227. Antigua scored 226. Antiguans scored their 226 of 50 overs. There's a change in bowling from the northern end. Edwards is on 8. Lewis is on 12. Lewis should go up by 1 to 13. And this one is played in the air. Is he going to be caught? No, he is dropped. The fielder at long off, running in, getting under it, diving, and attempting to complete the catch. He was unable to hold on to it. And 2 runs to the right-handed Edwards. Edwards moves on to 10. And the score, 213 for 7. Allowed appeal by the bowler Ozan Williams, supported by his teammates, but the appeal is negated, turned down by umpire Thelma Gums, who is now doing some repairs to the stumps. And we have some spectators at a long leg position on the Lozak Road end, shouting to the Kititians that they only need a runner ball. Only need a runner ball. 213 for 7. Final delivery of over number 48 coming up. And this one is hit hard out towards long off, wide long off. Only a single to end over number 48. At the end of the 48th over, it's 214 for 7. The Kititians need another 13 from 12 balls. So we have a ratio now of 1, a difference of 1 between runs and balls. The required run rate has gone to over 6.5, and the current run rate is 4.6. The Antiguans have brought back Tong from the southern end. The Tong will be into his 6th over. He has bowled some 5 overs so far for 23 runs. No success. 5 overs, no maiden, 23 runs, no wicket. Tong, he would be looking to bring home the honor and the glory for Antigua, whereas Edwards and Lewis will be looking to steer the Kititian ship home to victory. They need 13 runs. It's a close encounter here at Warner Park in the Leeward Islands under 19 men's cricket tournament. Probably not too many people expected it to come down to that. They go through for a quick leg by, taking on the pad. Allowed appeal by Tong and his teammates. Seem to have been sliding down leg side in the opinion of umpire Carl Tuckett. They got a leg by, that takes the total on to 215 for 7. It's been a very close encounter between these two evenly matched teams. The Antiguans never say die, they don't give up at all. They're very upbeat, always animated, always hyperactive, always encouraging each other, encouraging their bowlers. They have dispensed of all close catchers. There is no close catcher near the bat. And there is a drive out towards wide long off by Lewis for a single. That takes the total on to 216. It was a full toss by Tong, and he was very lucky to get away with that. Required run rate 6.6. Current run rate 4.47. 216 for 7. We are in the 49th over. Third delivery to be bowled by Michaeli Tong from the far end, the Lozak Road end, right arm medium fast. And that one is driven and well fielded to his right by the Antiguan opening batsman Hosea Roberts, diving away. We saw him take a very good catch earlier on at short extra cover to get rid of Jaheim Clark, and this one is driven out towards long off. The long off fielder comes off the boundary to his right and fields, and that takes the total. That single takes the total on to 217. So it means that 10 more runs are required, and there are 8 more balls. The runs are now more than balls. A ratio of 2 in terms of balls to runs. Runs have increased and the balls have decreased. Fifth delivery of over number 49 being bowled by Michaeli Tong, coming in from the far end. He bowls to Lewis, and Lewis drives to extra cover and picks up a single. It's now 218. They need 9 runs from 7 balls. The ratio still remains 2. Or the difference between balls and runs remains 2. As the countdown here at Warner Park with the shadows lengthening, and this is going to run very close to the fine leg boundary. The batsmen complete 2. The batsmen complete 2. And the score has increased at the end of 49 overs to 220. It means, therefore, that in the final over, the last 6 deliveries, the Kittians need 7 runs. So come what may, they have to do everything possible to get an extra run, at least, of 1 delivery. Because if they score a single of each delivery, they will finish on the exact score, 226, that the Antiguans scored. And that means that the game would end in a tie. So St. Kitts must score at least 2 runs of at least 1 of the 6 deliveries. And the final over will be bowled by Michaeli Tong. So it means that the captain, Matthew Miller, has shuffled his bowlers around very well, and he has put his strike bowler, his opening partner, opening strike bowler, Michaeli Tong, to bowl the final over. And we see Miller having a word with Tong. And Tong is having some practice runs to ensure that he lands in the right areas, he lands in the right places, and not overstep the front crease to bowl a wide, to bowl any no ball. You would also want to ensure that he's on line, he's on target, and not bowl any wide. St. Kitts, of course, will take the runs however they come. They can come in wides, they can come in no balls, quick singles. They would want to ensure that they get those 7 runs as the 2 batsmen go through for a quick single, and they are going to have a second run. So here we see the 2 runs coming of the first delivery of the final over, and that is exactly what I said before the over began. They would have needed to score at least 2 runs of 1 ball. So immediately of the first ball of the final over, they have scored 2 runs. And that takes the total on to 222. which means that they need 5 from 5. So it's now 1 run per ball in order to win this game for St. Kitts. It's been a very, very good game, very good encounter, very competitive as Mikeli Tong makes his way in. And is he going to be run out? Is he going to be run out? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. So we have more drama here at Warner Park. We have more drama. Mikeli Tong recognizing that the right-handed Edwards had the habit of backing up too much, leaving his crease rather than delivering. Instead of delivering, he turned back and broke the stumps. And it means that Edwards has been run out. Javin Edwards has been run out by Mikeli Tong for 14, which takes the total to 222 for 8 of 49.1 overs. And here we see the competitive nature of cricket. Some people are going to say that was cheap. Some spectators, the viewers are going to say that was cheap. But mind you, he must have had the presence of mind to know that Edwards was backing up too much. As you see, that one hit hard and high. Is the catch going to be taken? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So the catch is taken at wide long on. Wide long on. And the 9th wicket has fallen for St. Kitts. Oh, my. What pandemonium we are having here at Warner Park. So 2 wickets in 2 balls. 49.2 overs gone, and St. Kitts, they have lost the 9th wicket with a total on 222, requiring a further 5 runs to win. They have to get to 227. So there are 4 balls left, and they need 5 runs. So it means that the runs are now more than balls by 1, if you want to call it ratio. And Antigua, they have not given up at all. We have to give them a lot of credit. The current run rate is 4.5. The required run rate is 7.5. The last 5 overs, St. Kitts, they have lost 2 wickets and scored 25 runs. The last batter has gone out to join Lewis, and that's Stokes. Dovanje Stokes. The catch taken there at wide long off. It's Caden Francis, the captain. And he bowls him. So Antigua has won the game. The Antiguans have won by 5 runs. There was Caden Francis getting a short lifting delivery and looking to cut. And he got an under edge into the stumps. An under edge into the stumps. And he has been bowled by Mikeli Tong for no score, a first ball duck. That's Davanje Stokes actually bowled by Mikeli Tong. Caden Francis, the captain, remains not out on no score. Javid Edwards was run out by Mikeli Tong, recognizing that Edwards was backing up too much, leaving his crease and backing up way out of his crease. Mikeli Tong had the presence of mind to turn around and break the stumps and appeal. And Edwards knew that it was all over for him. He knew that he was gone from the time the stumps was broken, because it's all part of the game. It's all part of the rules. And as I said, there are some who would say it was cheap cricket, but cricket is competitive, and by any means, all teams, most teams, if not all teams, would try to get batsmen out by whatever means possible. And that is exactly what happened there with Michaeli Tong running out Javid Edwards in a very unusual manner. Rather than delivering, he turned around and broke the stumps. Javid Edwards caught way out of his crease. But the Antiguans have won the game. They have won by 5 runs. They have defeated St. Kitts by 5 runs. By 4 runs. So the extra run is not included. You subtract 222 from 226 and you get 4. So they won by a difference of 4 runs in terms of runs scored. The 227 would have been the extra run to win the game. So they won by 4 runs. And a good victory for Antigua. More or less coming from behind. At one point they were well behind the 8 ball, coming from behind to win the game after scoring 226 for 7 of their 50 overs. St. Kitts was well on course. They were well on their way. If we look at the fall of wickets for St. Kitts, you would see how St. Kitts fell away big time, because the first wicket fell with a score on 3. Xavier Henry, that was in the second over, the 5th delivery of the second over. It was 3 for 1. Then we had Sachin Saunders going with the score on 45 in the 10th over. Final delivery of the 10th over. He was caught. That's Saunders. Sachin Saunders was caught by Tayari Tong of Sean Harris Jr. Xavier Henry for 16. Xavier Henry was bowled by Matthew Miller for 2. So the wickets fell at 1 for 3. That's the first wicket going with a score on 3. The second wicket going with a score on 45. So we had a good little 42-run partnership there between Sachin and that's Sachin Saunders and DeAndre Drew. The third wicket fell with a score on 132. That was when DeAndre Drew departed in the 25th over. The fourth wicket fell with a score on 167. That was LaShawn Bergen. In the 32nd over, Drew went in the 25th over. Then we had 173 for 5. Kunal Tilokani going in the 34th over. The third ball of the 34th over. 192 for 6. Ewett Richards in the 42nd over. 195 for 7, Jaheim Clark. 195 for 7 when Clark went in the 44th over. 222 for 8, Javid Edwards in the 58th over. And the last man, 222 for 9, was Elijah Lewis in the 58th over as well. 2 wickets and 2 balls. And the last man, Devonjay Stokes, going in the 49.3 overs, the third ball of the 58th over. over, no maiden, 8 runs, no wicket. And the pick up the bowlers, the most successful bowler for Antigua was Tanez Francis, who gave up the gloves, handed over the gloves to Kerrick Mentor and took up the ball and bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, 37 runs, 4 wickets. There were some 28 extras with 2 leg byes, 24 wides, 1 bye, and 1 no ball. That's the Antiguans in their innings of 226. The top scorer was the captain Matthew Miller with 67. Hosea Roberts, he scored 55. 29 by Zavik Toppin. 24 by Tayari Tong, 14 by Tanez Francis, 12 by Mikeli Tong. There were 15 extras, 14 wides, 1 leg by. And the fall of wickets, 31 for 1, 74 for 2, 100 for 3, 120 for 4, 126 for 5, 196 for 6, 210 for 7, and the innings closed at 226. The bowling for St. Kitts, Caden Francis, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 41 runs, no wicket. Jaheim Clark, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 20 runs, no wicket. Davon J. Stokes, 4 overs, no maiden, 29 runs, no wicket. Elijah Lewis, 8 overs, no maiden, 52 runs, 3 wickets. He was the most successful Kittitian bowler. Sean Bergen, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 45 runs, 1 wicket. And Kunal Tilokani, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 23 runs, 2 wickets. Edwards had 3 overs, no maiden, 15 runs, no wicket. So that's the story here at Warner Park in the game between Antigua and St. Kitts, played here at the Warner Park Cricket Facility. Antigua batting first after winning the toss and deciding to bat. They scored 226 for 7 of their 50. They allotted 50 overs. St. Kitts replied with 222, falling short by 4 runs, all out. And for Antigua, more than likely, the man of the match would be Tanez Francis, the wicketkeeper, who would have given up the gloves to Kenrick Mentor and taken up the ball and bowled Antigua to victory with an outstanding spell of 10 overs, 2 maidens, 37 runs, 2 wickets. And he was well supported, well backed up by his captain Miller and Mikeli Tong towards the end, who bowled very well for Antigua as well. So that's the position. St. Kitts being defeated by Antigua by 4 runs. So until we are back with you again on Saturday, Rodney Batiste handing you over. Do have a very blessed evening.